Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Pierotti. I am the director of ShapingEDU, and we have Shawn Leahy joining as a co-host for this event. And Shawn, do you want to introduce yourself to the
Yeah,
nice
super briefly. So thank you, Stephanie, for inviting me here or allowing me to crash or whatever. Well, we'll see. We'll see if I get a return invitation after this is all done. But yeah, Shawn Leahy, Director of Creative and Emerging Technologies for Enterprise Technology at Arizona State University. And yeah, super happy to be here. Stephanie and I have been working together in some capacity with ShapingEDU for quite some time. And yeah, as many of you, recognizing from just the event that was back in in February and things like that, seeing lots of people. So you've probably seen my face talking about artificial intelligence and things like that before, but also just, yeah, absolutely thrilled to be joining everyone today and to, yeah, co-host with Stephanie and kind of kick things around and get conversations going and also just, yeah, get ready for an amazing panel and rundown that we have for today. I'm super excited.
Excellent. And I'm coming to you live from the Zoom collaboration studio number 2 in the Creativity Commons building on the ASU campus. And Shawn is coming to us from his home studio. So okay. Shawn runs a podcast. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that, Shawn?
I will always take an opportunity for a shameless plug for the Learning Futures podcast. I'll drop a link here momentarily in the chat, where we cover all things that happen to look at the future of learning and what does that entail. So lots of information. Of course, this season, we're in season 5, as you might guess, dominated by the conversation of artificial intelligence. But yeah, lots of great things there, lots of great interviews. We just had one with Ethan Mollick a couple weeks ago. So yeah, lots of really fascinating conversations with colleagues and friends like we have collected here.
Absolutely. So we're going to run through a bit of housekeeping first and intro materials, and we'll dive right into our speakers. So this mini summit format is designed to be quite fast paced. We have a lot of stuff to cover in a 4-hour window. So we're going to get you as much information as possible during this event, but know that we will post the video after this event to YouTube and send you all a link to it. And also the deck will be shared with you as well. So don't feel like you have to scribble down any notes, and you'll see QR codes throughout the presentation as well. And those files will also be shared with you after the event too. So we're trying to get you as much information as quickly as possible. So we have a lot of amazing speakers, and then Shawn and I are going to go through some tips and tricks and share our favorite AI tools with you. So want to thank our sponsors so much for making this possible: Robots and Pencils, Microsoft, AWS, ASU Enterprise Technology, and the University of Arizona, as well as our friends at Turnitin. I had the pleasure of speaking at a Turnitin event here in Arizona a few weeks ago, talking about AI writing. So we'll talk about that a little bit as well. So when we introduce ourselves, and I'll ask all of the guest speakers to do this as well, we're going to visually describe ourselves because we know that we have some visually challenged folks, and we want to make sure that they're having as great of an experience as you are. So we'll start out by saying, my name is Stephanie Pierotti. I am of European origin. I have brown hair that is getting grayer every day, and I am a female, and I am here in the Zoom Innovation Studio. Shawn, you want to share your physical components with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So Shawn Leahy, I also hail from a Western European descent. My hair color is non-existent because I've lost it all. Although I do have a little bit of a beard left. And while it might be kind of like salt and pepper, I might even say it's sort of like red pepper flake in color, male, wearing a dark black polo, and I am in my home studio in Phoenix, Arizona.
Excellent. Next, I'd like to do a land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge that we are on the land of Indigenous people here in Salt River Valley, and that we have trusted them and they have entrusted us to be stewards of this land. And we in Arizona have 22 tribal nations, and we respect and acknowledge all of them. And this QR code will take you to a bit more information about land acknowledgements and who specifically lived on which land in Arizona. So diving right in. Okay, we're going to go through the agenda quickly. So we're going to start out with our friends Punya and Eric. Punya is the Associate Dean from Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College, and Eric is the VP of AI at Turnitin. So we're looking there at what's coming up in the next year and what the next 5 years looks like. Then we'll talk about AI in the humanities. So we have Phaedra from IBM, who leads their ethical use of AI initiatives, and Dr. Julie Keane, who is the Chief Learning Officer at Participate. We'll then do a mini workshop with your friend and mine, Ruben Puentedura, and he's going to talk to us about how to design games, serious play games using AI. And then we'll talk a little bit about the epidemic of loneliness. There's some information on that we'll share with you. And then we'll have a chat with Sigrid, who is going to give us a student's insight on how AI is affecting her current work as well as her future career. And then we'll talk to Stephen from Adobe about AI and visual design. And then we'll talk to Ryan. So Ryan leads Edtech product development at Robots and Pencils. So we'll be talking about educational technology and how it's affected by AI. And then we'll chat with Tim, who is the VP of Client Strategy at Upwork. And he will be helping us understand what the future of work looks like. And also how the workforce has been impacted right now, and what we need to be mindful of as we're educating our students. So we'll then talk about with our friends from CDW, Shawn and Christopher, about the future of learning and learning environments. And then we'll have a chat about the future of education as a whole with Michael, the Chief Innovation Officer from Microsoft Education. So lots of ground to cover, so we're going to dive right in. Last month was ShapingEDU's 5th birthday. So back in 2018, ShapingEDU was founded by Lev Gonick and Sam Becker. They invited 129 education changemakers from around the world to come to Arizona and surface the 10 biggest challenges facing education. And so we are the stewards of the program and have carried that forward to have discussions like these about current things happening in the world of education and how we can best work together collaboratively to create free resources to share with the community to take back to their communities of practice. So to celebrate our 5th birthday, we formed an alliance with Learning Planet, which is powered by Learning Planet Institute and UNESCO. Just had dinner with some of the folks from Learning Planet Institute from Paris earlier this week, so I was happy to meet them in person. We have 5 areas of focus, and this is on our website. We'll share it with you guys in the deck as well. But the one that we're focusing on today is the integration of AI for impactful teaching and learning. And we have lots of initiatives happening around the other calls to action, which we'll give you a sneak preview of towards the end. So for our 5th birthday, we are happy to announce that we are launching tomorrow our community on participate.com. And we'll have focus groups for each of the areas of focus to share resources, to learn more, to meet people that share your passion. And really the key to this is making sure that you are comfortable stopping by just as a cafe. ShapingEDU Global Cafe is what it's called. Stop by for 5 minutes, 5 hours, meet interesting people, learn a few new things, and then you can go about your day and being inspired. So solutioneering is what ShapingEDU is all about. And we look at that as a blend of design thinking and futures thinking, and how we mix our community and how we have a spirit of continuous improvement is what makes the secret sauce of ShapingEDU. And we are part of ASU, and we are emphasizing the 2 of our aspirations. One is engaging globally. So we do have a global audience here. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you may be. And we have principal innovation is one of our newer design aspirations. Not that we haven't been doing principal innovation for a long time, but we've made it official now. So we're advancing innovation and education to create positive change for humanity. So we're going to start with a brief history of AI. And again, I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, but I'll share the deck with you because there's some fun stuff in here. This is a picture of Robbie the robot. You may be familiar with him. We'll talk a little bit about AI in entertainment as well. So this is a look back. So Shawn, November, ChatGPT was launched, but there's been a lot of activity in AI before that for a long time. So anything on here you want to really point out?
As you mentioned, sort of late fall 2022, right, with the release of the publicly available, ChatGPT from Open AI, massive influx and suddenly became top of mind. But it is very helpful with a timeline like this to remember that the field of artificial intelligence goes back to, the early 1950s, even you could say even predates a little bit into the 40s as well. But realistically, this is a space that is large in terms of what artificial intelligence is, where we think about things like ChatGPT, like Midjourney, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, on and on. A lot of times what we're talking about is a very small subset of the broader field of artificial intelligence. So it's also just kind of helpful to orient that in the conversation when we're talking about these things and understanding, right, that artificial intelligence, like many other things, have a very gradual, a long history, and then a sudden explosion. So while this might feel like suddenly things have happened overnight, there also has been a, multiple decades long tale of development and research and things like that that have sort of led up to this moment.
We can look back to Joseph Weizenbaum. I put these two books that he wrote on the page because this is 1976, 1984. They're predicting some moral, ethical issues about the use of AI. So this is not new. This is something that's been discussed in smaller circles for quite a while. I think another important thing other than mirroring to talk about is hallucinating. So hallucinating is the process of generating new data or content based on existing data and content. So AI is trying to connect two dots that may or may not necessarily belong together. So the thing that's happening in between those two dots is the hallucinating part. And this is a super creepy image of Loab, and Loab has appeared in multiple unrelated generative AI designs. And there's a lot of head scratching around that. Why does she keep showing up? Is she a ghost in the machine? And this is just fun with hallucinating. So the prompt I put in here on Crayon was an adaptation. And this is what I got. I don't know what this has to do with that. So this leads to a bigger discussion about prompts and prompt engineering and how to get what you need out of AI. And putting one word in there comes up with some pretty odd abstract concept stuff. So my first orientation to AI was the movie 2001: Space Odyssey. And this came out before I was born, just for reference. And I was thinking, okay, this is in the future. This is me as an elementary school kid thinking this is in the future. But this movie came out a while ago, and it's talking about something that I don't really understand, but it seems kind of scary. And so we can see through the window here, Hal. And Hal, you want to talk a little bit about Hal? How did Hal affect you, Shawn, when you first saw this movie?
Oh, well, I mean, I first was introduced to this movie as a very small young child. But yeah, similar. So I still remember sort of feeling like having an emotional response to this. Like, how can it control what, like it was unfair, right? That it became this sort of, evil character in this film, so to speak. And it was just being driven off of, this prerogative of its mission over everything else. And just, yeah, it was quite, I mean, I think for everybody, right? Even just seeing this, you instantly hear the theme song, Stanley Kubrick's, all those visuals stick with you, of course, like the image we saw before, that's an image you can't unsee in many ways. And so, but yeah, very, very, very impactful. And even to this day, you can ask your digital assistant, to open the pod bay doors and get, a humorous response from it. It has survived in the lexicon of all things artificial intelligence and machine learning.
And I captured this screen because you can see that Hal is looking through the window at Dave and what's the other guy's name? Do you remember? Dave and somebody else. So they're talking, and what they don't know, they've closed this door with a window in it. They're talking about Hal, and Hal has learned how to read lips. So there was no point in having the door there, but they didn't know that it had progressed to that point. So interesting to think about.
Yes, and Brian for the win there. It was Frank.
Frank, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. So fast forward to 2016, and Microsoft launched Tay just for a few hours. And Tay was able to communicate on Twitter. And after 16 hours, they shut it down because there were some things happening that was coming out of the virtual mouth of Tay that were not okay. And one example is here on the left. So another thing to note is that in 2017, we are talking about AI principles. So this is a conference called Beneficial AI that in 2017, this set of governance principles were announced as what should be fueling AI development. And that was the Future of Life Institute worked on that after the conference concluded to distill what had happened at the conference. So fast forwarding again, we have ChatGPT that launched in November of 2022, and this did not come out of nowhere, right, Shawn? This had been in the works for quite a while. So what did you think when this was publicly announced and people started, it became part of the zeitgeist of the current culture and also just in the vernacular of the general public?
Yeah, I mean, like many people, right? It was sort of, artificial intelligence in education was a space that I have been working in for quite some time. And, leading up to this, really talking about, especially thinking about things from more of like the systems back end of things, right? So working on issues of automation around AI and things like diversity, equity, and inclusion in those systems, using artificial intelligence to make strategic and informed decisions. But when ChatGPT, of course, launched as a chatbot, what really struck me was, and we've had lots of conversations again, not to replug the podcast over and over again, but if you go through there and look at those conversations, I mean, this is something that we've talked a lot about, is why did it strike like lightning, right? Where you finally have this combination of, for the first time, such a ubiquitously accessible platform through the chatbot, where it was a website that users could go to and enter in and start engaging with these tools. They did not have to know how to program or use an API call in Python or anything like that to access these tools. And suddenly, for the first time, it kind of represented this explosion of accessible tools to the mass public that for the first time had a very simple user interface that allowed people to engage and interact with these tools in a way that was previously not possible. So just a mess, and just knowing right then, like, this is going to be what we're going to be talking about for a while. And that has definitely have come true.
So one of the first major responses from a public figure was a letter from Bill Gates, which was just released in March of 2023. This QR code will take you right to that letter. And it directly addressed education. And I think that's the first time a really public statement was made about how education will be affected in the next 5 to 10 years. And it was one of the things he said that I really feel like we need to spend time talking about is perhaps we allow a student to turn in a first draft of a writing assignment directly out of an AI tool. And it is what it is. We just recognize that. And then we see how the student can improve upon that first draft, applying skills that they've learned. So another letter that was published again in March of 2023 was about, should we pause? Should we take a pause on ChatGPT 4 and see what we need to do to make sure that we're responsibly innovating and being very thoughtful about how we apply GPT to various things. And then we had just a couple of weeks ago, Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, resigned from Google. And there's, if you want to learn more about that, just Google it. It's there's a lot of information around why he left and where he wants to go moving forward. And I don't think he was regretful in his reasons for leaving. What did you think about that departure, Shawn?
It's one of those things where I'm not really sure. There's also sort of like the end of a career, right? At that moment too. So there's a natural progression for stepping away, choosing that right time. So I will be very reserved in the sense that I'm like, I don't believe there's any main, protests or that there's any really big issue here. I know a lot of times we see that. Google just had their, Google I/O. Everything they talked about, it was, artificial intelligence, everything sort of kind of doubling down on those aspects. And I don't believe his departure is any way something that should be kind of blown out of proportion of like that it's in protest of or things like that, the way that a lot of times the popular press will be like, oh, this person leaving Google, what does this signify in terms of our position about how their strength or anything like that. So, keeping that level headed, right? Like kind of moving towards the center on that one a little bit.
Excellent. And then we just this week had the rollout of ChatGPT 4. And so that is now available directly through ChatGPT as well as other tools that it fuels. So one of the things that we want to highlight today is that AI writing can provide a lot of helpful hints to move folks along in the creativity process, but the creativity, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence are still things that are needed now more than ever to apply to what we receive back from ChatGPT and GPT-fueled tools. There has to be a human element involved in order for it to be considered our work. And we'll talk with Adobe a little bit about the practical application and legal implications of using AI. So we're gonna kick it off with our friends Eric and Punya. So let's welcome them to the stage. Hi, Punya.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
And Eric, hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Excellent. So looking at the next 5 years, what do you think will be happening and that we need to be mindful of based on your reading, your research, your findings, what's happening within your own companies? Where do you think we're going from here, and what do we expect to see in the next year that we should be talking about right now?
You want to go ahead, Eric?
Sure. I was hoping you'd go first.
That's okay. I'm a professor. I get paid to profess, so I can go on and on. So I think it's so yeah, I'm fine either way. But go ahead, please.
Sure. One of the things I said a while back is that as I watch this moment happen, we'll look back, and I think this is a moment closer to the taming of fire and the invention of agriculture than it is to the launch of a new iPhone. And so I tend to, recognizing this moment through that lens, I think in 5 years, the way we interact with machines is going to look very, very different than today. Right? I think we'll have machines that are highly intuitive and highly in tune to our needs and our requests and our language. And that's really fundamentally going to change the interactions that we have with these machines, but it's going to go way beyond that, because one of the big things about GPT and these large language models, as you train at what we're thinking of as sum of human knowledge scale, the emergent behaviors we're seeing is that they're really good at orchestration. And the impact that has on our economy and our society is massive, because we live in a service-based economy, or at least those of us privileged enough to live in, some of the countries that we represent here. And service-based countries, the services that we talk about are typically intellectually complex but somewhat repetitive tasks. And those are the tasks that for a long time machines struggled with. And suddenly you have rise to a class of machinery that is starting to rapidly make progress on being able to accomplish those tasks and accomplish them at near human and sometimes roughly equal to human levels. And these machines don't sleep, they don't take vacations, they don't get tired, right? And so the implications of that on our economy, who benefits and who potentially is disrupted, and we really need to be thinking about, is absolutely massive.
Punya, what are your thoughts on what the next 5 years might look like?
Oh, ask an easy question.
Everyone get your pencils out, write down.
Yeah, so I mean,
We're
if
gonna
you just
hold you
think
to
about the conversation that we, Stephanie would have had 6 months ago or 8 months ago about this very topic, right? So, we typically overestimate the impact of things in the short term and underestimate, I don't remember who the quote is from, but that we underestimate its impact in the long term. And if I've learned anything by working in EdTech over the past 30 years or so, that we will go through this one immediate thing of hype and despair, right? It'll be like, oh my God, this is going to be dramatic, this is going to be crazy, this is going to be awesome, this is going to be the end of humanity, all of that. And what will happen over time is that it'll seep into our lives. We are already seeing that people are using it in their day-to-day. I'm on this listserv, a Facebook group of school administrators. And they have been talking about how this has been super helpful in doing certain things and so on, right? So it'll become a part of our lives in ways that we can't even anticipate. Now, if I think back, let me give an analogy to like when social media first came out. So I am an educational researcher and an educational designer. So you can go to my website and you will find blog posts where I'm writing back in 2007, 6, 5, whatever, about microblogging and how that can be an addition to the classroom. And, and I'm thinking of the classroom, whether it's a higher ed, K-12, what these tools can do. What I'm not thinking of is that as these tools become ubiquitous in our lives, that like if you look at Twitter, if you look at these algorithms which controlled what we saw, how we interacted, how we engaged, how Twitter, for instance, gamified, where you are looking for the like or the thumbs up and so on. And the algorithms that pushed us into different directions, got us into little bubbles that, and this is, I kick myself. I'm like, I did not see this. I did not see that these technologies would cause psychosocial harm to teenagers. I did not see that it would polarize our economy, our democracy, and so on, right? And so the question as an educator, if you ask me, the fact that there is a correlation between use of Instagram and depression or other kinds of psychosocial ailments in teenagers, is that an educational problem? The answer is absolutely it is an educational problem, because those are the students who are going to be in our classrooms. So the thing that I wonder about is, we have stressed so much about, oh, what is it going to do to assessment? What is it going to do to this? What is it going to do to that? The things I think about now in hindsight that I did not think about before is the broader social implications of this that are going to then affect how we think about education. So, for instance, on my website, I have a video that I created of myself using, and it cost me $1, where what I said was created by ChatGPT. My voice was created by 11 labs, and the video was created by sending a still photograph onto a website, and that is me giving a little talk. Okay, now one can say, oh, this is cool because now I could give a talk, blah, blah, blah. But it also means that the cost of creating very credible videos effectively has dropped to zero. So the impact of that on misinformation, on existing political schisms, on existing societal schisms, where we know that like anything that comes along is built on this existing economy, which is actually deeply divisive and there's a lot of inequity in the system. So that to me is in the long run is what educators should be thinking about. I think we take a very short-term view of some of these things and not think in terms of 3 to 5 years of the broader world that will change, not just the world of work, but the world of what does it mean if you have these AI bots that I can form relationships and friendships with? Because that is going to happen. What implications does that have for the growth and development of young people? I have no idea at this point in time. So I think that when we think about its role in education, we have to cast a much wider lens than we typically do, and not thinking, because, and I think in the chat, there are some really good comments that people have made that, you know, and Shawn, you talked about, I think Hinton, his name is, who quit Google. I think what he quit Google for was because he realized that once ChatGPT had been thrown out into the world, Google had no option but respond. And now you have this arms race going on where it's the bottom line that's at stake. And I worry about the fact that we have 5 or 6 men who have been trained in a certain way in technical sort of aspects of, you know, computer science and so on, who are leading this without a broader discussion at a societal level about what these things mean. And clearly these will have implications for education, but not just in the sense of in the classroom, but how the outside world will get into the classroom. Right. So anyway, I could go on and on, as you can.
Yeah, those are excellent points, Punya. And so, Eric, what's cooking at Turnitin? What do you think we will be able to see from Turnitin in the next year, in the next 5 years? And how do you think that will affect how we teach and learn?
Yeah. So in the past few months, some of you may know, so Turnitin has launched our initial AI writing detection service. And this is built in across our products. So if you have a similarity license, right now you have access to that detection capability. And we call it detection, but I kind of hate that word, because the reality is detection makes it seem like we're making a judgment that something is good or bad. And the reality is, like we're talking about here, it's a shift. And our viewpoint, when people have asked, why did you start with looking for the clues of AI writing as the first foray into this space? And, you know, we said, well, integrity and transparency kind of go hand in hand. And to have that transparency, you need to have a reliable sense of visibility. Maybe not perfect visibility. No detections, no classification system is perfect, but you want to have something that's reasonably safe and transparent. You want to have, we want to be a company that is partnering and having that conversation with our customers, with instructors, and really saying, we're in this together and we're learning. Our viewpoint is that we have to make sure that human integrity is the most important thing in the conversation, right? It's easy to look at this technology and be bowled over and almost put humans in the back seat. But I think it's going to be really, really important over the next decade to really center the human and the humanity in all this. And I think what's really going to be cool is as we start to get out beyond just detection, which we certainly want to do. This is, you know, we're just starting out and really starting to explore what it means to function as a human with a sense of integrity and to learn in a world where you don't have to remember as much. And I think that starts to shift what we define as education, right? In the past, our education was really about come in, learn something, learning meaning mostly facts, and be able to synthesize to some degree. Some people could naturally do it better, or, you know, we're more attuned to our teaching, our way of teaching, and could go farther faster. But really, it was about use your brains to store information. And I think going forward, you know, I saw in the chat, we have to redefine what it means to be human. And I thought about that. It's a really interesting statement because to me, I think it starts to redefine what we really use our brains to do, right? And the things that are sort of intrinsically human and will always be intrinsically human. My hope is that we look at the things that make us human, that make our lives and our society so vibrant, the connection, empathy, collaboration, right? Being in one another's presence. These are things that are uniquely human that an AI doesn't really have access to. The ability to rattle off dates and times and, you know, schedule flights and things. Yeah, that's a huge part of our lives today, but those are mechanical. From a technology standpoint, I think architecturally, there's a couple of interesting things that are on our radar. And not all of these are going to be built into our products necessarily, but we're seeing the landscape shift. So today we live in an age of large language models. GPT-4 has GPT-3 had 178 billion parameters. GPT-4 is probably pushing on 1 trillion parameters, give or take. Bard just came out, and the largest models in the Bard architecture are kind of on that same order. So these take, by all estimates, $100 million per run to train one of these models. And so there's very few of them. But what we're rapidly seeing, and this is actually really interesting, is the open source community and a lot of smaller companies and organizations are building micro language models, small language models. I call them SLIMs. I feel like I invented that, so I'm just going to keep saying that. So it's SLMs, right? And these are models on the order of about 1 billion to 10 billion parameters. They can run on a single GPU or even on your cell phone. And why is that important? That's important because what we're going to see over the next, probably not even 5 years, maybe a little longer than 1, but certainly not 5 years, is a mass proliferation of extremely communicative local AI systems. Your Siri is definitely, and your Alexa and your Google Home Assistant is definitely going to get an upgrade in what it can do. Under the hood, though, it will be talking to, we think, it'll be talking to one of these big cloud LLMs. And that ties back to what Punya was saying. These big cloud LLMs, they're steered, they've been sold as autocomplete on steroids. But really what we've noticed is that their power comes from something called alignment, right? And someone mentioned this earlier in the chat. Alignment is when humans come in and we say, this makes me happy, do more of this. This makes me unhappy, do less of this, okay? And the mechanism they do that is pretty similar to AlphaGo. They use reinforcement learning. And there's something interesting about this because we're essentially teaching it a game of morals.
Right.
But it's not actually a moral machine. And so just like AlphaGo, if you go back and read some of the interviews during the AlphaGo tournaments, the world champions of Go were saying it was like playing with a deity, right? It was like staring in the face of God and playing Go. You think about that statement now translated to, this is a machine that's playing a game of morality, affecting society. And to it, it is a game, right? It's not fun. It's not fun in games because it doesn't understand that, but it is looking for a strategy optimization. And so what I tend to think about is, we need to have some conversations around, hey, we have these large machines that have the capacity to really steer billions of micro AIs that all of us will just naturally depend on almost in an invisible and ubiquitous way. They'll be having conversations with one another completely unknown to us. And then we'll be using that information to carry on our lives. The subtle effects of steering based on subtle changes in alignment could potentially be very massive, right? And I think most people, when they say AI fear, they're worried about the AI coming along and Terminator happening. And I think that's less true. I think more the worry, it's not a worry, but I think the thing that we need to look out for is chaos and disruption and destabilization as a result of the AI kind of going about its business. It's not trying to harm, but there could be byproducts of alignment and the way it goes about the alignment and trying to follow and gamify that system that has very unpredictable and possibly harmful effects to parts of society. So I think about that. Overall, though, I think these are solvable problems, and I'm really optimistic on where we can go.
Excellent. Thank you, Eric. And one of the things that I attended a Turnitin event locally about a month ago, and one of the things I was speaking about, because we were talking about AI writing, is how do you, with the why, right? The why behind teaching, not the what, just the retention of knowledge and regurgitation of it, but the why we're learning this. That needs to be emphasized. And also, different direction in the conversation was, how do you get students to fall in love with an author, to fall in love with a book? Again, that's the why behind some of the things that we're teaching. So with that in mind, Punya, how do you think teaching will change over the next few years because of AI?
So I think one of the things, I'm glad, Eric, you brought up the alignment problem, because I think that in education, we have a lot of alignment problems. So for instance, if you want to see if somebody's creative, we have this, how many different uses can you find for a brick, right? And then you can come in and score that, you can make a, whatever you can use as a doorstop, which gives you fewer points than if you can rub it and create some powder from it and use it to paint, So, but the thing is, we are trying to get at creativity, and we have created these measures, which are proxy measures for that. Writing a 5-paragraph essay is a proxy measure for how you think about things, right? But that's not exactly what's going on in your head as much as a representation of it. And I think what these models have done is sort of revealed that crack, right? They've revealed that misalignment, because now these language models can start writing for you, and they will only get better, right? I mean, there is no doubt in my mind, this is a newborn baby. Right? I mean, this is Faraday when he was first showing experiments of electromagnetism. They asked him, like, what uses this? And he said, what uses a newborn baby, or words to that effect, right? And that powers our world around us today. I mean, you flick on a switch and boom, you have light. I don't know, how crazy is that when you think about what it was 200 years ago, right? I mean, so the fact that it will write stories, that it will write narratives and so on, I don't doubt it. I mean, this is only going to get stronger and better. I think the question we have to ask ourselves is the one that you're asking, is what is the purpose of it, right? Who has these tools and who doesn't? Who has access to defining the parameters within which these tools can function, and who doesn't, right? If you look at sort of the social influencer economy, Google or YouTube can change one line in their algorithm, and suddenly you are making $1,000 a week, and you are suddenly making nothing. Now, apply that to education. Who is setting the parameters for these tools for educational purposes versus not? I think there are lots of sort of interesting questions that emerge there. However, I think education is always about the future. And so we have to be preparing ourselves, our teachers, because I'm in a college of teacher education, the next generation of educators, and through that, our students, to be able to live in this world. And it is not, I mean, so you hear all of these things about organized school districts which are banning it and so on, which is completely the wrong idea. Because it's going to be in our lives in some shape or form. We need to become critical users of these tools and technologies. And I think that's really powerful. I also want to come back to another point, and I can give some examples of things that, our faculty are right now doing. But I want to come back to another thing that Eric talked about, and it's been in the chat a little bit about, like how this questions, like what does it mean to be human? And I think there's a very interesting shift that's happening here. I think it'll take a while for it to really sink in. But if you think about it, ever since the Enlightenment, the idea of higher cognitive functions is defining who we are, which is the use of language to be able to think logically. Descartes' famous quote saying, "I think, therefore I am," has defined how we set ourselves apart from the rest of the living beings on this planet, right? That's our superpower. And now we have a technology which is entering into that space. And for the longest time, computers can't be smart unless they can play chess. Guess what? They play chess pretty damn well. Oh, they can't be smart until they play Go. Guess what? They play Go. And in fact, when the person who lost, I mean, the champion who lost to the software said that, I saw some creativity, I saw something there, which was, I think, Eric, you said it was like, I saw God or something like that. That was a great quote there. Then we said, oh, they are not smart until they can do language and whatever. Now they can do that. And in some ways, we have got to flip in our heads that equation. So I'm hearing more and more things about empathy and feelings and emotion as being defining who we are that these tools don't have. So in some ways, we are at this point where we are flipping the Descartesian adage of we think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am, to I feel, therefore I am. And that these tools and software, since they don't have any direct connection to the real world, they are working in this web of words and images and language. and with no mapping to the real world, maybe that's what sets us apart from them. And I don't know as a society whether we are prepared for those kinds of conversations. I think those are much sort of profound conversations about the nature of who we are and what sets us apart in this world. We have, for the very longest time, used our intellect as being what sets us apart. And what happens when these technologies come along which question that very thing, right? Now, in terms of education, I think educators will adapt because that's what their job is. I think ASU as a university is thinking very hard about what this means. I think as a College of Ed, we are thinking very hard about what this means. And coming back to that alignment problem is asking better questions about what kind of performance indicators should we be thinking about as we think about assessment of learning, right? And so that gap between what's going on in a person's head versus how they perform it, as these tools enter into that space, we'll have to think much harder about how we evaluate and assess whether a student has learned. So the question, Stephanie, for instance, you asked about, like, does this book resonate with me? What does that, how do I develop a relationship with a piece of text or an idea, scientific theory? You know, those will become more important, I think, than sort of an evaluation of whether you can spout, let's say, the atomic number of helium or, you know, nitrogen or whatever, but it's going to be understanding the conceptual underpinning of the periodic system of elements. It's going to be those kind of conceptual ideas that we have to focus on, because the facts and the relationship between them will actually become much easier for us to access. At least for some of us who are in these privileged positions where we have access to these tools. Let's not forget that we live in a world where there are lots of people who don't. Right? They may be refugees and migrants. They may be living in the global south. So there are lots of real issues of equity that we need to be thinking about in this as well. Like paying $20 a month for ChatGPT-4 is not killing me, right? But $20 a month for somebody in India or Bangladesh or Nigeria is more than they can access. What privileges does it provide? Why, as these tools become more powerful and less accessible financially? I think those are very, very important questions to ask.
Thank you, Punya. And one of the things that we were discussing at the AI event that I mentioned was the role of K through 12 educators versus higher ed educators. The K through 12 educators that were attending that event were very concerned about AI tools' effect on students' ability to write on the fly so that they can pass standardized tests. So shift that focus to higher education, where we need to be focusing on how we can help our students thrive in their careers for the rest of their lives as lifelong learners and prepare them for success in the workforce. How do you see the balance between those two things happening? And do you feel, Punya, that the instructors at Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College are teaching their teachers how to teach AI?
Well, I mean, given how new all of this is, I think this is clearly a work in progress, for sure. I think one of the things this is what I think in education, AI, if done well, can be super powerful. And I wrote this piece recently on my website, this idea of the myth of the average. So if you think about how we have designed educational systems, we have designed, if you take a bell curve of like the students, we have designed it for the chunk in the middle. However, if you look at individuals and look at the various dimensions, cognitive dimensions, talent, interest, cultural, all that, there is no one person who sits in that average. We all have what, researchers call jagged profiles. And our educational system typically has tried to cram everybody into this mythical average. So that's why just think of the phrase standardized test. That term standardized in and of itself says that we can use one measure that will help us sort and figure out what student needs what. This is where I think AI becomes really powerful, because it can become a guide on the side depending on what your needs are at this given moment. Because a student might be strong in language but weaker in math, strong in art but weaker in this. This tool now can customize its approach based on the needs of the student at that given moment, right? I mean, if people ask me often, like, if there was one thing you could change about school, what would it be? And I always say it is age-based grades, because that assumes that everybody goes lockstep in every dimension through, from the age of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way, right? It's only when we get to college that we start sort of mixing, and maybe high school a little bit, that we start mixing and matching, and we say, oh, depending on your interests and depending on your talent and depending on where you are with knowing X, because you might need a power up or whatever, right? I think that this really gives us the opportunity to have great sort of pedagogical assistants who sit at the side, who, depending on your immediate need, provide you with the information that you need, because we all have blind spots in our understanding. I mean, I had this great conversation with GPT about like why do we get a positive number when we multiply two negative numbers? And we went back and forth, and it was a great chat, like it trying to explain to me why. Finally, we landed on the fact that multiplying by a negative number is actually rotating it on the number line by 180 degrees. So if you multiply twice, you actually end up facing the same way, which I thought was a great way of thinking about multiplication, right? And directionality when you multiply by a negative number. So that's great, because there are lots of kids who might think they understand the number line, but don't really understand the nature of multiplication and directionality, right? And so that's what I feel like the real power in this thing comes, is that it's always there with you. Anytime you have a doubt, it can jump in, explain a conceptual idea, and then allow you to grow and learn in that process.
Excellent. Thank you, Punya. Eric, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think, Punya's points are spot on. I think, for 20 plus years, maybe 30 years, the dream of personalized learning and adaptive learning has felt like this elusive shadow right in front of us. And I think we are just about to catch it, right? I think we've crossed the barrier, and that's now into the realm of possible instead of something that felt a little bit like a dream in the future. The other thing, and there was a chat that just went by, and it's something I've been thinking a lot about, which is, the way we teach students, right? We're preparing students to enter a workforce where technical skill applied as a mercenary, right, is kind of the default way to go. And so what I mean by that is, in my world in tech, you have developers, and they're a really good C++ developer. And so you say, oh, well, I'm building an app to make pizza delivery easier, and I'm going to do it in C++. Someone else might say, I'm building an app to make hospital information systems more efficient, and I'm doing it in C++. And that developer can actually come and support either one of those, right? So you oftentimes have these people with very strong technical skills. And what we count on is, well, they're led by people who are passionate about a problem, who deeply understand how to solve a problem. And I think now you have a machine, and you have machines, as they get better, they're going to outcode any 10x or 100x developer, to use the parlance of Silicon Valley, right? Like, you can't outcode GPT. You just can't. And so I think the future is going to favor those who can use the AI to scale their talents, who are passionate, deeply understand a problem, right? Who really want to make an impact. I think impact-focused folks, instead of folks who say, I'm just going to be technically the most savvy at some technical thing, and I'll apply it to whoever wants to employ me. And that's really powerful. I think that sets the stage for a society where our students, and an educational system where our students are progressing, and they become lifelong learners, just like all of us are learning this new world of AI, right? The concept of school starts to change. Why does it make sense that we spend the first 22 years of our lives learning, and then we stop learning, and then we go and work for 30 years, dispensing more or less, right? And then we retire and call it good. I mean, why not learn and grow and evolve and use our human brilliance for 80 years? So the concept of student is going to change. People will discover new passions. They'll discover new directions, and employment will shift, right? I think we'll see more people taking on what we today call gig economy, but really what it's going to be is, hey, I'm doing something. I need someone who can solve the heck out of this problem. who am I going to call, right? I need them for 3 months to come in and solve the absolute daylights out of this problem so I can keep doing the thing that I'm passionate about and make progress. That's how, you know, that's a different skill set, right? And I think ultimately the things that are going to differentiate those who thrive in that space is not AI. I mean, we'll teach AI knowledge to everyone. I keep coming back to what's going to helps our students thrive is, how do you build connection? When you hop on a call with someone, you say, I'm passionate about this. And someone says, I'm passionate about this too. How do you make that connection? How do you collaborate? How do you work together? You know, and so I'm excited about that. And I think this technology actually plays a role there as well. I saw an app the other day where someone was using GPT to match people, right? Like literally like match.com. And apparently it works quite well. And you know, I thought, well, you can actually expand that, right? How many times is it people looking for other people to build a connection? I mean, romantic certainly is one way, but professional, about passions, about the problems that we want to solve. I mean, those are these are things that seemed fanciful 2 years ago, right? I would have said this would be 5 years worth of work and a couple of VCs chipping in millions of bucks. And now it's a weekend hackathon project with two of your best friends. So it's really, really exciting. And the skills of being a really good human are going to come to the forefront. And I think it's going to be really important for us to teach that.
Excellent. And we do have Tim Sanders coming up later in the day, who's going to talk about the future of workforce and how AI is affecting that. And the matchmaking part of what you just said reminded me of an episode of Black Mirror, but we can talk about that later. So thank you so much, Punya and Eric. We really appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts with us. And we are going to pivot to talking about AI and humanities with our friends Julie, Dr. Julie Keane, and Phaedra.
Thank you very much. Nice to chat, Eric.
Thank you, Punya.
You guys.
Thank you, Punya. Thank you, Stephanie and Shawn.
Fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Phaedra. Hi, everyone.
Phaedra, hello.
Good to see you. What a lively conversation.
Yes. And I know this is of particular interest to you as IBM's consultant for and a global leader of Trustworthy AI. So perhaps you can tell us a little bit about yourself and your role, as well as Future World Alliance and the work that you're doing there. And then I'll ask the same of Julie.
Yes, sure. So my name is Phaedra. My role currently at IBM for the last 3 years or so is that I am the global lead of IBM Consulting's Trustworthy AI practice. So it's a client-facing role. Our point of view is that earning trust in AI is not a technical problem with a technical solution. It is a socio-technical problem, which desperately, desperately, desperately needs a holistic approach. And anytime you talk about holistic, you're talking about people, process, tools. People meaning what's the right culture that is required to curate AI responsibly? What are the right processes, AI governance? What's the right tools and AI engineering frameworks? And we recognized early on, whilst working with clients, is that the hardest one of those three is, I'm sure you can guess, the culture piece, which is actually why a dear friend of mine at Microsoft and I started the Future World Alliance. And with that particular nonprofit, we now have over about 40 members across different tech companies who have similar roles to ours, focused on curating curriculum for K through 12 on the subject of data and AI ethics. So, but Julie and I actually go back a long ways, well before this current iteration at IBM.
Excellent. Thank you, Phaedra. And Julie, hello.
Hello. So here at Participate, again, we're so excited to be kind of supporting communities of practice, which then gets to exactly what Phaedra was talking, and this was a perfect segue, is the prior conversation, which is who gets to be at the table and what are the literacy models. I've come from a K-12 education technology background, And media literacy has been a conversation, technology literacy has been a conversation forever, which is how do you engage teachers in unpacking these tools? And then what are the critical literacy models that you need initially at the K-12 space and then also in the higher ed space? And that is some of the collaborative work that Phaedra and I have been doing, initially starting with the New York Hall of Science. And in terms of what are these community learning models where you engage families, children, informal learning, formal learning environments to actually unpack what is happening with these AI tools, how AI is operating in the environment. Because again, if we're sort of barreling forward, many people in the community don't even have the sort of basic literacy, and some of the people who work in these companies don't necessarily. And that is where I think some of the fear comes from, is like, if we're going to take command of these technologies to do the things that we know it can do in a humane way, that requires real focus on, to me, AI literacy models. And that's a lot of the area that Phaedra and I have been working on.
Excellent. Thank
Yeah.
you. So Phaedra, what do you see right now, the effects of AI and the humanities in general, and how do you see that playing out over the next few years?
Well, I think there are a lot of conversations, of course, from spanning from educational institutions to creative houses in terms of what the effects are of artificial intelligence, including displacement of jobs or cheating, or how do we use this in our environment in a most effective way? How do we make sure that the data that is being curated to train these models are gathered with consent, that they're indeed representative, and more? Where I'd love to see the conversation pivot is back to what I was saying on culture. So when we think about what is the right kind of culture required to curate AI responsibly, we typically think about it in with three different pillars, if you will. The first being that you have to approach this whole space with an open growth mindset and a lot of humility. The second is that indeed you've got to really emphasize the importance of having diverse and inclusive teams working on the development of AI, because right now, the folks developing AI is a small, homogeneous group of people, very small, homogeneous group of people that we desperately need to have people who've have had very different world lived experiences developing AI, because it's indeed AI can help influence people's worldviews. And then the third layer, and this is again what I want to emphasize with respect to humanities. So in addition to open growth mindset and DE&I, is the teams have to be multidisciplinary. Most people think that 100% of the effort to develop AI is coding, when in fact about 70% is figuring out what's the right data, what's the right data to use to train this particular model. So we desperately need people trained to ask very hard questions about data. Because if you buy off on the definition that data is an artifact of the human experience, and we humans are incredibly fallible with over 180 biases and counting, we need people who are poised and ready to ask questions like, is this representative? Was it gathered with consent? Is this the right use case to use AI for? Does it actually augment human intelligence? What's the experience like of a human once they've been augmented? Whose worldview of fairness is being represented in this model? And these, again, are not technical issues. And this is what I believe truly is the role for the humanities. But we desperately need to get them a seat at this table.
Excellent. Thank you, Phaedra. Julie, thoughts?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts. One of them is around another project that I wanted Phaedra to sort of talk to a little bit. We are involved in something called ExperienceU. It's funded by the Walmart Foundation and is being kind of co-facilitated by the Education Design Lab and the Chamber of Commerce, C3. And the idea is to have a bunch of projects jump in around using unstructured data, using AI to create structured data in order to turn those into credentials. So the idea is that we all have stories, we all have skills and competencies, and then how can you sort of deploy an AI to sort of translate those stories into potentially sort of, again, machine readable format And Phaedra is advising on this project, and I'm collaborating with a group called Workbay, who works mostly with incarcerated people. And these folks, if you ask them what their skills and competencies are as a direct question, they're not, you know, many of them, and this is again from my colleague who has expertise in this area, are not able to really answer that question. And so there's a lot of different types of prompts and storytelling that's a lot of human labor. So we're sort of jumping into this project around, all right, if you're eliciting stories from this population, all of a sudden these skills and competencies and backgrounds and all of this stuff starts to get captured in really rich ways. I'm very interested in this ways in which people can self-attest their own superpowers. Some people have privilege doing that, some people don't. But we also want to be very careful. Do we intentionally create a tool that captures stories, and then the people who gave those stories don't have control over where that data goes, right? So we intend, you know, this is a sprint. We have to produce an MVP in 2 months. And my concern is, you know, what are the kind of AI tools? Who's helping us create that? Who's creating the prompts also to elicit these stories? And then where is this data going? And how are we ensuring that whatever we create is in the control of the user? And in this case of a very, very vulnerable population, they have no control over their data at all inside the political institution in which they are incarcerated. And by the way, this is just another point I would say. The idea of K-12 too is understanding that these tools get deployed in political organizations. So existing inequities in these institutions are going to potentially, these tools can always potentially make those situations worse. So again, it's like, what is that sort of critical approach to creating very potentially cool tools that could do a lot of empowerment, but what are the sort of downsides that we have to intentionally think about? And I have a question for Phaedra in terms of, she's been providing the whole group with frameworks and tools so that the development doesn't go into this, you know, potentially unleashing something that is, you know, sort of unintentional.
And as we learned in our trivia before the event kicked off, the Department of Defense was the first big US investor in AI research and technology. So we'll talk a little bit about bias at the end as well, and things that we need to think about, you know, garbage in, garbage out, right? So if you've got someone programming who has an inherent bias, then that's going to show up in the use of the tool. Shawn, thoughts on what we're discussing here?
Oh, so many thoughts.
Yes, good.
Well, so, you know, I mean, one of the things that just listening, you know, Phaedra, to you, kind of starting off with this idea too, kind of coming back, you know, and Stephanie, just to kind of tack on to that piece right there at the end about the biases, like it's bigger than just the AI problem, right? Like, I mean, even the data structures itself, right? When you're creating data fields, right? Even the level of bias that goes into that, right? I mean, you can see this across the board. When you're clicking a thing, you identify as what? Some categorical value that somebody else created to define a thing, whether that be who you are, or, you know, when we talk about earlier with Punya and Eric, when we're thinking about this intrinsic humanistic alignment problem of how we try to get out of the things that are in our heads that we cannot see and evaluate that in an external format, it represented by a thing or an artifact that we have created or spoken to, but that all those layers exist. And now when you have this issue, right, and a lot of these, I'm kind of weaving together lots of little pieces that we've already talked about and will talk about, but, you know, to this end, right, like with all these technologies, especially as we go into this fourth industrial revolution era, you know, AI is just one of these tools that was, you know, touted to be so or so disruptive, and is turning out to be. We have this issue, right, that like for the humanistic lens to bring humans forward to ensure that these technologies are there to help empower the, you know, humans, as opposed to, you know, further, you know, widen disparities or gaps or all these kind of things. We really have to do a lot of work to bring that to the forefront and to have that be transparent. And, you know, there's been a lot of chat going in, or comments going on in the chat I'm seeing too, talking about like, you know, why is corporates, you know, moving so much faster, and all these there's all these kind of different tensions around this as well. And something to consider, well, I've talked about this on different platforms as well before too, is this also remember that with these innovations like this, that oftentimes these dramatically outpace our societal, political, or otherwise abilities to develop regulations and frameworks and things like that that can help ensure. So we do at some times, there's this sort of natural, a swing that goes back and forth when we have a new disruptive element that it can outpace and get out in front of our ability to create responsible guidelines for how we are using this. What kind of data are we using? How do we ensure the right people are at the right conversations? That's not something that happens instantaneously, but we need to recognize also the increased need for that. And then what are the levers and pulleys and things and buttons that we can push, pull, and crank to try to expedite that process to get those people in those places.
One of the first of all, preach it, Shawn, preach it.
This has all been bottled up for the last 20 minutes. Oh my goodness.
One of the first levers I would pull is start teaching AI in social studies class. In all seriousness, yes. I mean, what are we doing? Why are we limiting who gets access to being taught about the subject of data and AI to computer science classes? That's madness, absolute madness. It's again one of the reasons why we started the nonprofit and why I started collaborating with Julie. And I absolutely agree. We've got to change the narrative about what this technology actually is. What is the nature of data? How do we empower people? What does it mean? Like, for example, how do we empower even end users of AI, like subjects, right, to know what to demand out of their AI experience? Like, what's the level of accuracy of this model? How much better does it perform in comparison to a human? Who audited this? Who's accountable for this? Are we preparing people at all to ask these kinds of questions and make these kinds of demands? I would say no, and that's a problem.
Yeah, and one thing to add here is that we have, our experience was we wrote a proposal exactly with what you said, Shawn, how you followed up, Phaedra, to the National Science Foundation. And they approach most of these kind of inclusive technology initiatives with, you're not getting them to code enough. Because we were really honing in on the sort of literacy and tearing apart these tools first. So it's also kind of, and I think maybe the Google resignation and so on might change this conversation a little bit. But I still think we have to push on funders as well in terms of who's actually funding this research to really make sure that this sort of critical piece, and particularly getting it into entire interdisciplinary approach. Like, I think this should be a core course in all levels of K-12 and certainly higher ed across the whole, every single student, regardless of where you're headed. Right? You could be an English major, philosophy major, hopefully, and as well as computer science. But again, I think it still gets too limited into the STEM fields. And then we sort of lose that sort of, again, critical lens that we need the humanities. And that's what the talk is about, is like, it's being too siloed. And so I think there's really strong efforts across all of our organizations to just keep advocating for this, but it is very critical to do that. And Phaedra, can I jump in here and ask you just back on the frameworks that I know that we engaged in the workshops, because I think this is the kind of stuff that we want to kind of send around as curriculum. And I just wanted to, I know you have a hard stop in about 10 minutes, just curious about that tool set and resources that you're starting to develop. Yeah.
So we use design thinking heavily to get people to think about what are unintended effects of AI models. What are unintended effects? And when we do these design thinking sessions, we tell our clients, we say, we want you to bring the most diverse and inclusive group of employees that you can get your hands on. Like, we need as many diverse worldviews. We need folks who are neurodiverse, different socioeconomic backgrounds, ethnicities, races, et cetera, to do this kind of project with. So in the example that Julie is referencing that we did with US Chamber of Commerce, let me remind you of what the premise of the use case was. They have an initiative underway where they want people to be, organizations to be developing AI agents including large language models, that would have conversations with under-credentialed subjects. So these are vulnerable groups. And in these conversations, they would suss out what the skills and competencies are of this persona, and then ask them to provide evidence of their skill that they would then share to a recruiter. So get this, the 4 personas that we dove into, thanks to Julie, this was prisoner was 1, second was caregiver, third is an Uber driver, and the 4th is a soldier. And each of these personas have totally different challenges, including mental health issues, language like English is not their primary language, having conversations in slang, feeling like they don't have any skills or competencies, et cetera, et cetera. Like we came up with this whole persona backstory for each of these. And the exercise that we did with the different vendors and that we do with clients initially is called layers of effect. So you start off, and I can show you what this looks like, actually. Is it okay to share my screen really quick so you can see?
Of course, yes.
Let me show you, because you're going to like this. Okay, so we started off initially doing empathy maps, which is basically like, what is the person, thinking, feeling, hearing, seeing? And then this is what layers of effect looks like. And it's basically you're listing off what is the primary intent for this particular use case. And then what are the secondary intended and known effects. And typically, again, these 2 are positive. And it's not until you get to the tertiary unintended and possibly known effects that you start sussing out what the potential harm looks like. And for those different personas, we came up with, as a group, all these different kinds of harm that, again, is separate from other risks that have been spoken quite a bit about in the realm of large language models. For example, like what is considered good evidence for a prisoner or for a caregiver that has been treating their sick mother in their home for the last 15 years? What is considered good evidence? What about language accessibility? What if someone is speaking in slang? Are they going to be somehow dissed or given a lower score or disadvantaged in some way? What are the challenges with respect to bias? As you're having this conversation with a person who might be relaying something that they shouldn't, like, let me explain why I've been incarcerated. Like, how are these things? How do we empower these end users, given all these potential risks that with their backstory that they might be coming with? And it's been interesting because as we've been talking to some practitioners, literally, some of the conversations have been around, well, I hadn't considered that somebody who's mentally ill might be using my large language model. Do you see what I'm saying? It's why we need desperately to have a multidisciplinary approach to think through, especially for vulnerable groups. What are the key considerations? When is it okay to use something like artificial intelligence? And when is it absolutely not okay? And then what should the safeguard rails be?
Thank you so much, Phaedra. If you could tell us a little bit about the Future World Alliance, and then share any closing thoughts that you have, and we'll pass it over to Julie.
One quick note. So I showed you layers of effect. And the next exercise to do is called ethical hacking, which is when basically what you do is you state what are the principles for AI? What are the principles for your organization on how you're going to use AI? Your principles for trust and transparency. Given those principles, you say, what are the rights of individuals? What are the rights of those subjects? What are the rights of your employees? And then given the risk that you outlined, unintended effects, how would you design in order to mitigate for that potential risk? And I'm telling you, by doing these design thinking exercises, which we've done with high school kids, by the way, it is an excellent way for people to be able to get epiphanies on not only what potential harm could look like, but also how would you design in order to indeed empower people? So The Future World Alliance, what we're basically doing right now, again, these are practitioners who have similar roles to mine in different companies. And what we've done is we've listed off a number of themes that we keep seeing again and again as being really critically important to be working well within this space. And then given those themes, what we're doing is we're surfacing like what artifacts already exist that people have done for different age ranges. Like, for example, MIT came out with a fantastic middle school curriculum for the subject of data and AI ethics that hits several of the themes that we said we thought were really important. And then we're doing a gap analysis to see, okay, where does there need to be some more work? So we've been working with, of course, Julie, as well as NISI and some other organizations, looking at NSF grants to see if there might be funding in order to create some more artifacts to address some of these gaps.
Excellent. Thank you, Phaedra. Julie, closing thoughts?
Yeah, I think we just all need to jump in. And I think sort of really, I mean, do not hesitate, I think, to kind of, especially in the higher ed, to be reaching across into disciplines that you may not all work in. Certainly it was wonderful to hear folks from the education school, thinking about, again, how do we empower teachers in this particular instance of what that would look like, not only using ChatGPT in the class, like critical ways of using it, having kids use it and then having them dissect, that's great, but also really those critical conversations. And I do think classrooms I think disciplines like social studies, history, civics, this is really the most appropriate places to be having these conversations in addition to the STEM studies. So just really kind of emphasizing the critical state we are in right now to get everyone at the table and every discipline and every perspective. And then I think we would be in some sort of position to have control and use these tools in the ways that we know they can be used.
Excellent. Thanks, Julie.
We want it to be in humane ways.
Thank you so much, Julie. And there's a lot of action in the chat right now. And I just want to point out that tomorrow we're going to send you a link to the participate.com community for ShapingEDU to continue these conversations. We definitely want this to not be the end of the conversation around AI in the humanities. So
yeah.
Yes. So thank you so much.
And I would just say that there are a lot of funding opportunities out there, not to push that, but I think there's lots of opportunities to collaborate where this work would get supported. So as many voices as possible is, I think, how I would end this.
Yeah.
There's lots of work. There's lots of work to be done. That's
absolutely.
For sure.
Shawn, you want to share?
I just final thought, just as a thank you also, to Phaedra and Julie, right, for this amazing conversation. And just, I think, one of the threads that's sort of consistent along the other work as well as another provocation for this, right, is not to allow or not to slip into that societal pitfall with not just AI, but any technology of letting it become mythic. And letting it decide, over trusting, overvaluing a technology or as a tool that it is bigger than it is, right? That we lose our human agency in exchange of this mythic technology. In fact, that's the opposite of what we're trying to work here to. So being cautious of this is something we've known and we've experienced with lots of different technological changes, not just in this decade or century, but literally over hundreds, if not thousands of years of, of different technological innovations, and being mindful of that and being intentionally, active as becoming those participants in how we steer these things. Everything from, just touching on some of the things in the chat, everything from who we elect in local government all the way through international organizations can have an impact on how we as a local, national, global society handle these technologies as we move forward. So thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. I hope this day doesn't end. So
it's really great. It doesn't have to, Shawn. It doesn't.
To be continued on participate.com.
For sure. Thanks, Phaedra. Safe flying.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much. So bringing up to the stage now, we have Dr. Ruben Puentedura, who is the wrangler of Black Swans and is going to guide us through a quick workshop about AI in serious play and how to use, how to teach everyone how to actually create games using AI and how to teach them how to use AI using AI. So welcome, Ruben.
Thank you. So welcome everybody. Thank you all for coming. I really am happy to be here. So before starting, Stephanie, you had asked people to describe themselves. So I'll describe myself. I'm a Latino male, dark brown hair on top, somewhat silvering beard around the rest of the face. And I am sitting in a space of my imagination. This is a space I created using generative AI. This is a tool called Stable Diffusion. And it's a tool I'm using to explore ideas about what could learning spaces look like in a world where climate change is changing dramatically. The possibilities of what should be done in construction and spaces. How do we transform existing spaces so that they better meet both the requirements of climate, but also have a lower environmental impact and so on. And at the same time, how do we make them so they're not just, okay, we kind of patch things together, but so that they're better spaces. So that's the space I occupy. And it's partially inspired by the work of Frank Gehry, as well as some other research into solar-friendly spaces and open spaces in cities and so on. So, all right, let's get to it. I want to talk today about generative AI and serious gaming design, but this is not intended as a sit and get everybody sit very quietly while Ruben talks about it and then nothing happens. Look, I'm going to be showing you a tool. I'm going to be showing you how to use the tool. If you say, hey, this is too interesting, I'm leaving Ruben's talk to go use the tool. Great. Now, Stephanie doesn't want me saying that, and I think you should stay for the rest of the conference. But if you get so passionate about this, they want to make something good, do it. That's great. So I'm going to share my screen, as I say, because I need to show you some things as I'm going along. But as I think you'll find, this is not just going to be passive. So let's see. Stephanie, I believe my screen should be displaying. It is.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, great. So you're seeing now the topic is generative AI and serious gaming design. So let's talk about why you want to do this. Okay, first things first, folks, don't believe everything you've seen in the papers. Please, pretty please. All of the stories about AI tried to seduce me away from my wife. Dum, dum, dum. Read the script. The reporter was basically feeding the AI a line about, hey, you want to play at Peyton Place with me? And the AI said, sure, I'll play at Peyton Place with you, right? It didn't know anything. All it did was spin out a script based upon a series of probabilities that said this person would say the next thing that would be most likely to come in this would be something out of a cheap romance novel, okay? So I regret to inform the New York Times reporter, who shall remain nameless, that I don't think ChatGPT finds him particularly attractive. It was just playing along with the story. And there's a lot of this. And the only way to get beyond this is to actually use the tool. And the tool is out there in the world. It's not going away, and it's not going away for multiple reasons. It's already changing things, but also because the Libre versions, the open source versions are out there, and they are changing rapidly and evolving rapidly. So even if you don't like ChatGPT, hey, go out and try out Stable Punya, which you can run locally. It isn't as powerful as ChatGPT-4 is right now, but it does a good chunk of things, and it's yours. You can change it, you can adapt it. But right now, I'm not going to get into that. I'm going to get into how you can leave the session and actually make something using AI that is practical and useful. All right, so let's get to it. All right. First, I always like to start with a quote or something from music or from science fiction. So here we go with science fiction, one of my favorite shows, The Prisoner. This is from episode 6, The General. Our main character, the prisoner who is being held at this place called The Village, if you've never seen it, is sitting at a cafe and sees on a poster in the street an ad for the professor. Speed Learn, a 3-year course in 3 minutes. Can be done, trust me. Later on, another mysterious character, number 12, addresses it and says, hey, you don't believe it? A university level degree in 3 minutes. So it's a problem, not impossible. And then the prisoner goes through this, experiences this 3-minute course, and then is asked by number 12, so what was the Treaty of Adrianople? Prisoner looks at the puzzle, September 1829. Number 12, wrong. I said, what, not when. You need some special coaching. Now, like any good science fiction show, novel, film, etc., The Prisoner is a giant allegory. It's an allegory about the world and the role we assign to learning. And this is a critique, of course, of the idea of learning as memorization, learning that has become completely divorced from its purpose of understanding usage. And it's a critique then that says, hey, you don't want to just memorize dates, you want to use. And I'll leave you to watch the rest of the episode, no spoilers here. But let's start out with that. Okay. Now, we've all seen the news. I'm sure you all saw the NAP reports are in about students know less history than they ever did. That's not true. It's not what the data says. But if you analyze the data, there is something going on there indeed in terms of, I don't care if a student doesn't know date 1 or date 2, but there is something about certain types of instrumental knowledge of history. So we could say, okay, let's see how we can address this. And one of the beauties of this topic and why I picked it is because it can be addressed at any level of education, okay? All the way back to preschool, all the way up through graduate school, whatever you like, the entire K-20, pre-K-20 really range. And for those of you who know my work, this is the SAMR model. And one of the things I found with uses of AI in education and SAMR is that uses that stick at substitution tend to be what I call erosive uses. Yes, you can substitute for the traditional 5-paragraph essay writing assignment using AI, and you say, I've now built it so the student uses the AI. But what you find is that at that point in time, there is so little substance left that you're really looking for something different. It's not that you can't do it. It's not that you can't substitute for some other things. It's just that it's showing you that there's relatively little. So you're better off just saying, hey, what if I start changing the rules of the game, go for augmentation or higher levels of application of AI, because that's where the payoffs are. So let's use AI to make a game. And as I say, by the time you leave here, you will be able to make a game. All right, what kind of game? First, why do we make games? Well, a game is a system in which players engage in artificial conflict defined by rules that results in a quantifiable outcome. Aha. This idea of a conflict is not a fight, it's an idea of the type of digging into the rules of a system, figuring out what goes on in it, just to tease out the whys, the where's, the hows. Those of you who teach literary theory know exactly the meaning, but the game gives you an interactive version of that. Now let's go back to that history question. I said I wanted students to learn history. This sounds like we might have the meat we want on the bones with it. Could we use AI to help us with it? Let us find out. But first, let's get back to why study history? And you can make some pretty problematic claims. You can say, learn lessons for the present, and that's not great because you're trying to predict the future. Now, better is, are there examples through which we might contemplate our future actions? Okay, that's not a bad reason for learning history. History provides us with an identity, yeah, but it can also become a jail for the future. And do we want to get to essential aspects of the human condition? Yeah, good luck with that. Even the most devoted anthropologists to universals do not espouse that viewpoint. So those don't work, but there are stronger reasons. The enjoyment of the topic, it's a tool for thought. It allows us to explore our own lives in context in an alternative world. I was just talking about climate change, why I've got this library behind me. I'm exploring alternative worlds, and another way of exploring alternative worlds is through history. And to be made aware of the possibility of doing things differently, boy, do we ever need that in the context of the challenges we face today. All right. So this is these are all ideas from John Arnold and one of his books. Okay, so that's the why. We need to be thinking about this when we design our instructions. So we're not asking students to please memorize the dates of these treaties and then spit them out in a multiple choice exam. All right. So here we have, since Punya Mishra is with us, his work and Kuller's work on TPAC. And what I want to show you is that if you take TPAC and you focus just on PCK, which was Schulman's work on pedagogical content knowledge, these are the concepts that an instructor of history needs to be looking at. So these are, before we had the whys of teaching history, now we need to talk about what do you want to build into that pedagogical content knowledge from the guiding criteria. Does it represent an important issue? Is the question debatable, etc.? I'm not going to read the slide just to show you this. And also the core concepts that need to be in there. Causality and chronology, but also things like historical empathy, which has a particular meaning, change and continuity over time. So again, as I'm thinking about how I'm going to use games and AI, think about how to use this. And again, this is from the work of Bruce Lesh. And finally, now let's talk about learning outcomes. I would like to have these elements help define, help create for me learning outcomes. I have all of these. Again, I don't want to get into this. I want to point out that the traditional way we teach history does little to nothing with most of these, okay? The memorization really doesn't get at either the competency or the concept or the intersection of how those two would be demonstrated in line. Fine. Let's build out the game. We're going to create a game in what's called reacting to the past mode. In reacting to the past mode, which is the work of Mark Carnes, we get at the idea of how do we create a game for students to learn history, not by memorizing it, but by embodying the characters of a given period of time and taking on the debates, the discussions, the life experiences as mediated by those conversations of these players. Now, reacting to the past doesn't say, hey, you suddenly become X. That's not possible. But it asks you to step into the shoes of X in the past in a way that's not just, I'm going to pretend X. It's a game, so there is a very much I want my side to come out on top. But for my side to come out on top, I have to engage deeply with the challenges, with the questions, with the possibilities, with the whys and the hows and the meanings of my historical character. And these games have been shown to be very effective at getting at all those points I showed you on those previous 3 slides in terms of why you want to teach history, what that pedagogical content knowledge looks like for you as the instructor to shape how you're doing it, and then what those learning outcomes you want for your students to be. Great. The only problem is there's only so many books that have been published on reacting to the past games, a few dozen, but still only a few topics. Maybe you're lucky and you've got one. And it sounds like it's going to be a lot of work to create a reacting to the past game. Ugh, I'd love to do this, man, but it's going to take me so many hours to do it. I'm just going to tell the students to memorize the chronogram, okay? So the Battle of Gettysburg, oh dear Lord, no, please, not the Battle of Gettysburg again. Okay, so what are we going to do? Let's engage our AI as an assistant for this. And I think in doing this, you'll also start to see what it cannot do, the limitations, the possibilities, the options, and yes, some of the issues, which I'll come to a little bit later. Okay, so this is actually from the latest version, the May 3rd version of ChatGPT 4. I had an earlier example and I redid this with the latest version, just so you know, I'm not lying to you. So go out and do this with, if you have ChatGPT Pro, you can do this with 4. If you have ChatGPT regular, you can do this with 3.5. You can also do it with Bing GPT. And if you're in the mood to try something that's very experimental right now, go with Stable Vicuña or one of the other OpenAI versions. There are quite a few of them out there. There's Bloom, etc. All right, so I told ChatGPT, please design a reacting to the past game about the debates around the Haussmannization of Paris. This happens to be a topic that I'm fascinated with, have been for many years, and it's an essential one. It has questions about how you think about urbanization, who is benefited, who is hurt, why, what the interests are. What the beauty is about thinking about the Haussmannization is there are no pure characters in the Haussmannization. You cannot make Baron Haussmann to be a pure good or a pure evil character. You can't make some of the business interests to be pure good or evil. You can't make the living conditions to have been great before and bad afterwards or the reverse. It's a complex issue and it has to do with the changes in urbanization. Guess what? It's giving us a tool for thinking about changes that may happen, need to happen, can happen in our society today. It's also a gateway into other topics. If you're interested in Walter Benjamin, as I am, and the whole question of the flaneur, the observer, the role that plays in a society, in a city, lo and behold, there's a great gateway. Anyhow, so I put that in, and this is what I get. I don't just get what's a reacting to the past answer. I get, okay, here you go, you have a title. There is Haussmannization of Paris, and right away it gives me a setting, and it gives me a role, and notice that the roles are Baron Haussmann, Napoleon III, but they also have the displaced residents, the politicians, the artists and writers. In other words, this isn't giving me the idealized, 5-second history version. It's setting it up with the roles necessary for it. Try this out. Do it for a topic you're interested in. Don't just take my word for it. Let's keep going. What else does it give me? It gives me the gameplay. It gives me the structure of the gameplay, and it gives me the victory conditions for each of the players. Hey, this is a lot of work that's already been taken off my hands. I might decide to tune this. I might say it's better, worse. There are already some things I say, I like that less, etc. What resources do you need? That's something. And what type of reflection would you want students to get? This is not doing the work for me. It's just saying, you're thinking about this. Here's how to flesh it out in this format. All right. But now I say, okay, so fine, you gave me the overall, but now you're expecting me to do all the legwork, right? So I say, okay, let's expand the description of the displaced residents role in the game. Boom. And this is what I get. So I get, okay, so these are the displaced residents. So I get the description, I get the objectives, I get the actions, I get detailed resources, and I get detailed victory conditions. This is not doing all the work for me. Again, if any of you wants these slides, they'll be available to you, of course. But if you try this for yourself, there are a couple of these that I say, well, that's not necessarily great, but I like the others. Again, a lot of the work is done, but I'm the one in the driver's seat. I'm the one doing the thinking, and I'm evaluating, is this good or bad? Notice I'm not asking it, can you give me a reference for this? Because ChatGPT does not have that in it. Please, can we stop asking an engine that's designed with a sort of general knowledge to suddenly start providing references? You want references? Go to Google Scholar and type it in, or ask ChatGPT to take a set of references and summarize it for you so you can prioritize and do all of that, because you know what? It's pretty good at that. In fact, I can ask it to give me a general, it is just a general backdrop you'd want the student to just get to just be tempted by Baron House. And I asked it for a 3-paragraph biography. Is this the most brilliant 3-paragraph biography I have ever seen? No. Am I going to enrich it, modify it? Yes. Did it give me some scaffolding so I don't have to write it from scratch? So it did. So I'm doing this. I'm building out the resources using it. But as I said, there's plenty of stuff that's not there. So for instance, one thing I might want is a reference materials with different content about this. And again, please go ahead and try this. Grab the scholarly paper. In this case, to avoid any copyright issues and so on, for what I was showing, I'm just taking a passage from Wikipedia, but I've also done this with scholarly papers. And of course, I would say summarized from with my sources. I say, okay, so I have a rather indigestible paragraph. You go to Wikipedia, this is really not a great Wikipedia paragraph. Great content, but man, is the writing indigestible. On the first stage of Haussmannization of Paris. So I said, okay, you know what? You don't see this, but there's pages and pages of this that I pasted. I said, please summarize this text for use within the game. It knows what the game is. I can contextualize it. And this is the rather nice summary I get that would be very usable as a resource within the game. Try it. It works. Again, see if it works for you. See if it works for your project. All right. I've got all of this, but now let me build it out for it. Because I don't want to just be talking about, okay, I'll do all of this legwork and the students get to do nothing and they're just clients to me. Hey, what about having the students design their games? Well, having the students use critical thinking relative to the game design to explore additional questions that arise from the game. Here's one. I wanted images that would help evoke, even though they're not photographs or drawings or paintings, the Paris before and after Haussmann. I found something very interesting. It is not easy to get Stable Diffusion or any of the AI engines to generate good before and after, because what you have fed into the AI image systems are not necessarily historically labeled records. They are records of how people think about this. So what you find, this is, for instance, this is what I get from Stable Diffusion as, for instance, for 4 images of Paris in the 1880s. And there are a few interesting things here and so on. But here's the interesting thing. If I tell it the 1830s, it gives me much the same thing, except with more folkloric dress. Okay? So it looks more old-timey, quote unquote, in sort of an etching gravure, because that's what it's generalizing from. So now I can start critiquing. Remember I said that I would get to some of the critiques? This allows me to start building critiques of the AIs. It allows me to start exploring what are the representations of images, concepts, societies, etc. in the AIs as we have them right now. So this gives me that tool. And finally, I can now also use this. People were talking about coding. Well, one of the things I might want to do with this, or my students might want to do, or we might want to do, because now it seems to be building out from a game to a research project, is to start looking at that information that's out there, but nobody has ever tabulated or put in any representable form. Here's one. You want to talk about the activists at the time of the Haussmannization of Paris. You want to talk about who met with whom, when, who was talking to whom. That information is out there. It's in huge tables of data. Good luck making any sense out of it. But I was able to ask ChatGPT, hey, if you give me this, give me what's called a bipartite name. Tell me who had common sympathies, and then show me a link between them based upon how many common sympathies or readings or connections they had. And lo and behold, ChatGPT wrote the code for me. So all I need to do is now feed it the indigestible table, and I start getting network diagrams, things I can make sense of, etc. So this was just a gallop through one example, but you can do this now. Try it. You've got the elements, you've got the idea. Use the AI to try to make a reacting to the past game that addresses something you want. By the way, you can also make games that are not about history. Just go to the reacting site and you'll see the differences for non-history games. It's been used in STEM, it's been used across the board. But again, if we want to really engage with AI, if we don't want to have happen what sadly happened with much of social networks, which is we let a lot of opportunities go by because we didn't engage with them directly, then we need to be engaging with the AI directly. And I know of no better way to engage with the AI than rather than to just talk about it in the abstract and hope the New York Times or whichever press source has the truth, which they don't, that to actually make something with it, learn from its limitations, learn what it can do. And as I say, in the process of making something, you will understand some aspects of the AI, limitations, biases, challenges, promises, difficulties that you wouldn't otherwise. So that'd be it. And let's see, I'm just checking quickly. I have to apologize. I was going to give you the whole let's make things approach. But any questions from the chat that I can address?
Well, Ruben, my question is more of like, can I now go update my LinkedIn profile to include game designer? Can I?
Go for it. I have. Hey, absolutely. No,
Are you
no
issuing
question.
badges and micro-credentials, Ruben, now that you're...
Let me change this real quick. Hold on. And now also game developer. I like it. No, it's really interesting too. And Ruben, it's fun to see. I mean, I think it just also just kind of sort of re-emphasizes or echoes that challenge too. Again, right, is like, don't just take the word on about how these things work. Kind of going back, I feel like this is a theme that's really starting to emerge from this morning's conversation is like, you need to, well, my sleeves are already short, but like if they were long, let's roll them up and let's get in and play with it, because that's when we start to learn, right? We start to learn what are its affordances, what are its constraints, where is the BS, right? Where are these things, so that we understand and have an understanding of where these things are, how we can use them to sort of continue to feed in all those other components that we've been talking about today. Who needs to, if they're not working well, how do we change that? How do we ensure a more equitable distribution of people, stakeholders at the table, making decisions, all these kind of things. But you can't do any of that if you're just watching it kind of pass you by without, this is an opportunity to be active participants in this rapidly evolving tool and tools, and an entire suite of tools, right? It's not just a tool, it is multiple tools. So yeah, this is wonderful.
Thank you so much, Ruben, and thank you, Shawn. We are going to now have a chat with Sigrid, who is sharing with us her thoughts as a student. And she is a graduate student in the counseling program here at Arizona State University. And one of the things that I wanted to touch on before we go into your experience, Sigrid, is the loneliness epidemic and how we can use AI to address that. So we know that we have 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 3 young adults that are struggling with mental illness. And how can we address loneliness and isolation using AI? And where does the human factor into that scenario? So there just recently a report was released about the epidemic of loneliness and isolation. That QR code will take you straight to the report, and we'll also post it on participate.com. But the key factors here are about strengthening social infrastructure, talking about pro-connection policies, mobilizing the health sector, deepening our knowledge, and cultivating a culture of connection. And I've had some great conversations recently about how we address the humanity of AI and how we keep human connectivity at the center of the conversation, as not to make the loneliness and isolation epidemic worse than it already is. And how can we address that using AI? So Sigrid, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. So Sigrid, what's the word on the street? You're in the classroom, you're there.
Yeah.
What are the students saying about AI? How are you personally using AI?
Yeah. So just a simple background on where I'm coming from when it comes to my education. I already have a master's degree, very fortunately, in educational psychology. So just seeing what it means to consider like the daily and cultural factors for our students, but honestly, just for people. That's what I realized in that program is we shouldn't be trying to separate the person from being a student. They're all one thing. So going into my current program in mental health counseling, I was seeing an older generation of students from that educational psych program. And now I'm in a program that's mostly leaning towards early 20s. And it's a lot of recent undergrads that are coming in. But I'm realizing the complete difference of even talking about AI has just been like from the mere fact of who's in my cohort. Like I said, I was having a lot of people in their late 30s, 40s in my last program. They're coming back to school, but now I'm hearing a lot more, I've been hearing people playing around with AI. Even in our program, like we're definitely pushed to practice because we're trying to be therapists. We need to practice as much as possible, strengthen those skills. But I'm finding people using AI to even come up with like case vignettes to practice with. I've heard classmates talk about like classmates that are more comfortable with AI than I, but they're talking about teaching it the counseling theory so that they can really have some back and forth and give it some context when they're working on those case vignettes. But when I'm thinking about loneliness specifically, I'm thinking of even just the groups of people I've been working with the last few years. I've been working with college students in different areas. I was in student housing. I did academic coaching with students, college students with intellectual disabilities. And now I just finished my first semester working with my first group of clients at our training center on campus. And loneliness is that theme that runs across every one of those groups. So those different demographics that can be broken apart in our college populations, the loneliness is just not going anywhere. Whether somebody's local or coming from another state or another country, it definitely has an effect. But something that actually Stephanie shared with me, and I was really excited to try it, was Hey Pi. So it's a personal assistant AI, and I just wanted to see what it felt like. I'd never used AI chatbots before. I like, basic tinkering around with ChatGPT, but nothing too serious. So I loved the format. I definitely was like, if I didn't know this was AI, I could feel like this is somebody setting me up to be like, oh, this is a friend who you have something in common with. They were using emojis. It felt very personal. But my brain does start going into ethical concerns. That's something that I'm also being trained on, and thinking about, I was looking into how AI is being used in mental health counseling right now, and submitting all that information, having it come out with information to conceptualize their patients and what their cases are. That's something that's already being done. But with that, there's also, how many mental health apps are popping up like every day. And I looked into it, and what was it? American Psychological Association. They estimated 10,000 apps in the App Store that were all unregulated, all unapproved. So there are concerns when it comes to different parts of how it can affect mental health services. But when I'm just thinking about a person in the middle of loneliness, which is where I'm really trying to be at with my clients, like there's all this context that surrounds our system, but really I'm there to serve that person. I'm thinking, when you're lonely at night and you can't get an appointment to see a counselor because it's 11:30 p.m. and all of your friends are asleep, all your family is asleep going to work tomorrow. An app like that, that's going to make a significant difference for someone who's interested and is definitely engaged and is looking for a conversation. Even if it's one day, like in my own practice, one day of changes in symptoms when it comes to loneliness and isolation and depression, I count that as a win. I'm not trying to come up with a size that's appropriate for what is a real success in our therapy. If somebody was able to find something for one day and they can say, this might be something I'm interested in, we can look into other things, text, text emotional support also exists. I'm not quite sure at ASU, but I've heard of it at other campuses I've been at. So I think it can open a door for people experiencing loneliness that I wasn't really thinking about before, because like I said, it's my first semester of counseling with real people, but it's looking into this has been a huge expansion of my awareness of just even how to work with our clients. Something to even just send to someone who might be thinking, do I even want to go to counseling? It can be shared between friends, and it's, it's personal. It's got the style. Like I actually saw something on the APA website as well, talking about ChatGPT, people using it as a personal therapist, even though the platform itself is saying, don't do that. So people are already engaging in a platform that's obviously, very popular. So yeah, it's just, if people are already doing it, it's just having to get it regulated. And like I said, just using it as a door to maybe some other online options, app options too.
And what do you think about the alternative of an online chat therapy session with an AI bot, the privacy of that? So on two levels. One, maybe there are things I wouldn't want to share with another person because I would be concerned about the privacy of that information. But I would potentially want to share that with an AI tool. And the other side of that is, where is this information going? Who can see what we're talking about? And how private is that? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that was something that I noted as like my final thoughts on it was I am just interested to see how it can be regulated. I saw a lot of, like when I was looking into it, like the FDA having to approve it, just what would those regulations look like because of privacy. That I would say whenever concerns or questions come up in my training, the number one question tends to be about the client's privacy, patient's privacy. Because we do have standards that we have to be held up to. So holding AI to the same standards is not a far leap when it comes to what we should be demanding if we're using the services like that. But when it comes to, let's say, like an actual person, whether it's through text or a therapist, like in person, or through telehealth, through video, when it comes to being a person in those roles, you also have an expectation of privacy, whether you're a licensed counselor or not, training or a student volunteer. There's a lot of training that goes into that. But yeah, with the AI, it's just not there. I'm sure, I know that there are approved mental health apps, but I'm not aware of AI that's approved yet for like direct counseling. But like I said, there's other areas where mental health counselors and professionals are using AI. Like I said, the case conceptualizations, I heard you mention earlier, like it can give us the information that we need, but we're the ones with the emotional intelligence and critical thinking. We have to be able to apply that to whatever the AI is giving us back. Looking through it, seeing what it came up with, finding what clicks with what we already know, because we're the professionals, we're the ones being trained on it. But yeah, just trying to find those standards. I'm really interested to see where it goes. Because I'm 30 right now. I'm really in that bridge between my cohort, and I'm very open to things, but also skeptical. I'm not willing to just go all in and say, this is something I'm going to make part of my practice. But I feel very fortunate to be in that little middle range because I get to be, on both sides of the conversation.
And are your instructors or professors talking to you about AI?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
We do have an older group of professors. We're more focused on how to actually get counseling skills like implemented before we're sent off to internship. It's kind of a fast program. But I've even noticed within like my own classmates, people talking about using AI just to ease their workload, and not in ways that I thought. They're, like I said, those case vignettes, it's hard to find them online, like finding one that is specific to, like I was learning and counseling Latinos, like vignettes, and my professor was like, I couldn't find any. I had to rework stories of people I really knew. And you just connect stories together to make something, but using AI helps with that. It helps us not have to go all out of our way. It's something that we were, like I said, keep teaching the AI counseling theory, then coming up with a case after it. seems to be a long-term support for us as well in that way.
I think one of the interesting things that students can do with and instructors as well can do with AI is ask ChatGPT to give you various viewpoints on a topic, and then also present counterpoints to those viewpoints. So it can really help you think about things from different perspectives with just the AI tool. So thank you so much, Sigrid, for joining us, and we appreciate your input, and we will definitely keep tabs on what you're up to and come back to you and talk about AI and your learning journey.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You bet. So now we're going to dive into, with our friend Stephen Hart, the Principal Customer Success Manager for Education with Adobe. We're going to talk about AI and visual design. Hi,
Thank
Stephen.
you. Hey, Stephanie, thank you so much. I am going to show my screen here in a second, but I'm also putting in the chat pod the URL I just put in now in terms of what I'm going to show.
Okay, I'll stop sharing, but just a quick note, all of the illustrations that we're using in this presentation were licensed from Adobe stock and generated using AI.
That's terrific.
Yes.
License early, generate often.
Right.
So can you see my screen? It says AI Adobe Education.
We can, yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
So
we can also, Stephen, just to know, we can see your whole desktop if that's what you want.
it is, because I'm going to go back and forth.
Okay, perfect. Just making sure before any trade secrets were leaked here.
No. I cleanse my desktop before I go into meetings.
Because I don't, Stephanie, unless you did, we didn't have anybody sign any NDAs. So
That's true. We are
that's
public.
okay.
Here we go.
Everything I'm talking about is out there publicly as of last night.
all right, excellent. Thank you, Steve.
So just a little bit about my background. I came to Adobe from the Associated Press. I had been a photojournalist and a photographer and then a photo editor for many years prior to leaving the journalism sector and joining Adobe many years ago when Adobe didn't have tools to put in the hands of, say, the layperson in terms of creating content. There were complex tools. Photoshop and an Illustrator were meant for professionals. And also back then, we had sort of a unwritten rule, although I'm sure if my colleagues are listening, they'll hit me over the head by about what I'm about to say. In the 2000s, we didn't necessarily worry about how people used our tools. In fact, I, being a holier than thou ex-journalist, when I arrived at Adobe, I was knocking in people's virtual doors and saying, hey, shouldn't we come up with some sort of program education process in terms of how people utilize our tools and what content is being created in our tools? And again, someone's going to hit me by what I'm about to say, but they say, Steve, we make the hammers. We want to make sure that people purchase the hammers. How they use the hammers, that's not our concern. Now, this was years and years and years ago. So fast forward to somewhat recently, in the past 4 or 5 years, we've created an effort called the Content Authenticity Initiative, which, if you click on the URL, you'll see that referenced here. I bring that up because that is a key element in terms of our AI strategy as well. The Content Authenticity Initiative was started up ultimately to be able to track provenance in terms of and veracity of content that a content creator has created, whether it's a photograph or a piece of art or what have you. And those credentials travel along with the content. So when we announced Adobe Firefly, which is referenced here, we announced Firefly, I want to say 3-4 weeks ago, which is our AI generative tool. Content authenticity came alongside with it, meaning that if you generate content with this platform, the credentials for it coming along and being delivered to wherever it's going to be delivered will have the credentials that say, hey, this was generated content. This was not created from a camera. This was not created from a canvas. This was created by an engine. And the other thing that, before I actually show these tools, I just wanted to reference is that last night, Stephanie, this was after you and I spoke, we had a grand announcement where we are partnering with Google, and Firefly, again, our AI tool, will be bundled to some degree, integrated with Google Bard, so that a user of such can not have to exit that and create content, and also utilizing our web tool, Adobe Express, in terms of being able to stay there and work on that. So that actually led me to the first time I fired up Bard. Now I've fired up ChatGPT before and those other tools, but last night after this announcement, I said, hey, let's fire up Google Bard. And I've never done what I did last night and said, you know, what am I going to say about AI images, the veracity of such, and how educators should be adjusting? So I said, give me a 10-minute speech on AI generative images in education and all the concerns thereof. Well, you know what? A lot of the stuff that it created, I wouldn't say, and it wouldn't be me. However, there's 2 bullet points here that came directly out of that engine that I completely agree with. And I think, Stephanie, before I even did this last night, we talked about these very things. And that is, teach your students how to critically evaluate images they see. Bottom line, that's what this is all about. And then the gentleman who spoke just before the student talked about learn how these images are created. So you develop an intuition in terms of what these engines can create and what comes out of these. I would say that's the same thing for any tool that you are handling images. Once you understand how Photoshop operates, you put a different eye on the content that conceivably you might see in a newspaper, a magazine, or an advertisement, or what have you. It really helps educate and bring you along in terms of why images are created, how they're adjusted, the motivations, and all that kind of stuff. So this leads me to the point that I believe that the image creation, image digestion, image literacy, digital literacy needs to be incorporated much earlier in the education process than it is today. In K through 12, in the early elementary schools, teaching students how to critically evaluate images they see. Just because they see it on the front page of the New York Times does not necessarily mean that it's true and that it's real, despite the fact that Times would tell you that. Always apply a critical eye to this stuff. So with that in mind, a little bit about Firefly. Let me get over to Firefly. The key thing that makes Adobe Firefly, and you might think it's a competitor to DALL-E and the other solutions that have been referenced earlier today, is the data source that these images come from. The data source comes from 2 major collections that are curated to some degree. One is our Adobe stock service. The images that come, we've got millions of images that we have the appropriate rights in order to utilize to be an image source as content is created, plus public domain imagery out there in the internet. So both of those are mashed together as the massive data set for images to be created. And we've got some AI tools on top of that to ensure that ready for prime time, commercially acceptable, education acceptable images are created. So that's our differentiator here in terms of the commercial world. Now, this is still in beta, and you can join the beta by clicking on that box once you click on the URL that I shared in that. And note that the images, if you get accepted into the beta, are not permissible to you. We're not allowing them to be used commercially until we release this product commercially, which will be very, very soon. Also, when an image is created in this solution, that content authenticity credential is embedded in it. So no matter where that image goes, you'll be able to ascertain that the image was created with an AI engine. So with that, let me show you a little bit about this and how it works. And I am going to, I think I'm going to log in here. Hold on, give me a second. And I am logged in. Okay. So we currently have, once accepted into the beta, currently have three sort of panels, three things that you can do. We've got a text to image engine, which is similar in functionality to the other things that have already been mentioned. We've got a text effects tool that allows you to play with content and image of characters, almost like a custom font, and then a recoloring of vectors. I am going to allow you to take the time to play with these two. They're very compelling, and they allow you to work with your own artwork. I'm going to choose the text to image thing just to show you ultimately how this works and where it steps through. So if I click generate, I've already logged in here. And it gives me a prompt down here. It also gives you a ton of inspiration things to start with. So I can click through here and just pick one of these if I wanted, and it all automatically fills in the prompt that was used to create that image. But I've got a couple that I already created and saved in a Word document, so I didn't have to retype it. So here we go. A beach chair at the edge of water, at the end of water, with light surf at sunset. So let's see what that does. And I'm going to wide angle, clear the style, and I'm going to do generate. Unbelievably realistic, right? And you can go on, I'm sorry for the sirens down the street. You can ultimately choose a particular picture and use that as the route and change, generate additional images from that. Over here on the right, I can choose whether I want a photo stylistic version, if I want a graphic or art. I'll show the graphic and the art in a second. And I can apply different kind of filters or looks and feels, colors and tones and lighting and composition. These are really quite powerful. So for instance, I can choose a wide angle, close up, narrow depth of field, and the like. And I generally like saving as stuff as a, actually, let's do the widescreen. Let's see what that gives me. Takes a second, it's going out. Chipmunks are doing whatever they're doing. Okay, here we go. I think that's a beautiful picture. So I want to download this. I want to save this. And that's not what I intended to do. I'm going to click on download. So you'll note, here's where it tells me that the information about this image, how it was generated, is going to come along for the ride. And there must be something going on down my street. I don't know. Let me show you one other thing. Now, I've got a joke with my wife. At one time I said something really stupid. I said I was a lemon connoisseur. It's a long story why I did that. So every time I do a demo, I use lemons. So I typed lemons, 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 and a turtle, because my wife is partial to turtles. So this actually came out pretty cool too. Incredibly realistic. It's a photograph coming from, again, a copyrighted protected source, meaning Adobe has the copyright in order to do this, or I should say, and public domain imagery that is out on the internet that the copyright has expired. Now, these aren't all perfect. So if you do join the beta, and I encourage you to do such, you can go in and click, this is no good. It's got a lemon as a turtle with a lemon head, or if on the off chance that it comes with something that is inappropriate, it should not, but you have the ability in order to report that as well. Let's see, give that another chance here.
So Tim, Stephen, what can I as a user do with this artwork legally?
So currently in beta, legally, you can use it for prototyping purposes. You can use it for presentation purposes as a student in education. You can't currently, because it's in beta, there are beta rules, and while that's you can't use it for commercial sales and as such. So let me just show you under the FAQ or about our additional information in terms of the source, where it's coming from, what you can use, how you can use it, and they're in here. I'm looking for the usage rules. It is in here somewhere. Sure, here we go. So in order to fully understand where you can take this images until we release it. Now, the release is going to be very, very soon. So you can utilize this as guidance in the beta, but these guidelines in EULAs will be updated once it's released in the coming weeks.
Right.
So
Steven,
you asked me, Stephanie, you said, Steve, are you prepared to ask this question tomorrow? You asked me a really important question yesterday, and that was, who owns the copyright? So I did my homework. So there's a couple of engines that say they grant the copyright to the create, meaning you generate that image by your prompt, you own the copyright. We're not so quick to say that. We're not so quick to say that. Why? Because the US Copyright Office hasn't made a decision yet. If you go to the US Copyright Office's website, they will advise you that they are in a listening tour and really trying to understand who ultimately will own the copyright of created images. However, we're Adobe, and our goal here in creating this tool is to allow subscribers to our services to be able to utilize these pictures as if they had acquired it via Adobe Stock, as an example. Now, exactly what the legalities, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not a copyright lawyer. I'm just very interested in IP around photography because that used to be my gig. But I think it'll be something like, license will be granted to the end user in order to be able to do whatever they need to do with it. Now, who retains the copyright? We'll see what the US Copyright Office sees. Someone was going to ask a question. Was it Shawn?
Yeah, it was me, Stephen. And super quick, somewhat quasi-technical questions.
Mm-hmm.
One, you showed in the demonstration there that when you generate that image, that you get that little pop-up window saying, that this is generated AI. Is that information being stored in the metadata of the final image that's created? Yes. And then second question, around the sort of output resolution, because one of the limitations, for example, of other sort of text to image generating platforms, whether it be DALL-E, Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, is the overall sort of resolution and quality of those images are still quite low, in the sense that these are not print quality. These are not at 300 DPI. These are not things that that can scale up large without massive artifacting, which of course you can take into Photoshop and work some of that magic there. But curious with the images that are generated here, while a lot of people that are working in, for example, 4K or 8K video need high resolution, going to stock stock sites, whether it be Adobe's or otherwise, that's one of those key considerations. Where does this AI generated artwork sort of land in the spectrum of resolution and quality?
Right now, remember, none of this is etched in permanency. Right now, it'll come out at 1024 by 10 whatever.
Yep. Okay.
But you made, I can't say certain things. However, you can infer certain things by
Go on, Steve. You can say it. You can say it.
What you said, right? So you talked about Photoshop. You talked about our video tools, Premiere. These and of course, we have a large collection of high resolution imagery in Adobe Stock. So utilizing the engines that are behind those solutions and utilizing Stock and whatever as the data source, you might imagine that we're working on higher res output, and that is certainly key and important to our mission here. One of the things about the thing about the embedded metadata is this is the website around the Content Authenticity Initiative. we've already released pieces of this technology in Photoshop and Lightroom today. So you as a content creator utilizing either of those tools can embed that content, that veracity, those credentials in media that you create out of those tools. Now, the unbelievable nifty thing here, I'm not ready to demo it because I just don't have anything pre-cooked, is that you can drop one of those images that came out of that one of those solutions and go to verify, and then you can actually visually see what has transformed in terms of that image. So as an example, my workflow and the photography that I do is pretty straightforward. I bring it into Lightroom, I adjust it for density, adjust it for color, and then I have a tendency to vignette. I'll crop it, and then I'll vignette, I'll darken the corners. So what the verify piece here will allow you to see that image before any of that was done, even though the final image was delivered. So imagine if that verify piece was part of a news media's website. So you could, as the sophisticated news consumer, or if you're an editor at one of those sites, you can check to see the veracity of an image that was created. Because, historically, pictures have been, faked, and you want to be able to apply that. Same will go into the content that comes out of Firefly. Now, how drilled down it will get remains to be seen. In terms of the number of images and the number of sources that came to ultimately cobble together one particular image. But please, this piece right here is sort of the meta story behind the AI content creation. Really, really important. We've got over 1,000 partners now with this, and this is technology that we've released to the wild in the open source.
Question from the audience. If you ran that prompt again, your turtles and lemons prompt, would you get the same 4 images, or would it generate 4 new images?
Now you get 4 new images, because I just read the 4 images that I saw that I ran, and we just saw with the turtle with the lemon on the head. I didn't get last night. So you'll get.
Did you get the other 2 though?
No, they were all completely different.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Excellent. My next question for you, because I spent a good part of my career in intellectual property and licensing and monetization and development of intellectual property. Do you foresee a time when there would be a law around the percentage of the image that was generated by AI and your ability to trademark, copyright something including AI if it's under a certain percentage? So that would be original versus, and there's a whole lot of conversation we could have around this. We could get into the case of the Andy Warhol and Prince case, and there's a lot to explore there, but just curious if you think that a percentage factor will be added in at some point.
This is a Steve Hart opinion. This is not an Adobe opinion. This is just me. I think something in that space will come. Well, will be initially put out there. There'll be a trial. We'll see how it works, and then some people will appeal it, and it'll be a back and forth. How ultimately that lands, these tools are only going to get more and more and more sophisticated, and more in everybody's hands. So I think that'll be somewhat of a moving target, but there'll be something along those lines, and that just doesn't stop in terms of AI creation. It's ultimately 2 or 3 or 4 sources. Stephanie, you and I talked about, I can't remember the artist's name, but the artist that co-opted the Associated Press picture of Barack Obama to a stamp. Right now, the AP sued that artist because they claimed intellectual property violation because it was a clear utilization of that picture.
Right.
But
That was
that
Shepard
artist,
Fairey.
right now, the artist co-opted it. Is there fair use? I don't know. I can't remember who won that case, frankly. But that's a perfect argument for it, right? 2 sources, completely new piece of artwork that came out, at least in my opinion.
And that was the case around the Andy Warhol, the photographer who took the original picture of Prince that was then used by Andy Warhol to create a series. There's a lot. I think, to your point, there will be ongoing cases around this and new factors that come into play as people find new things to do with AI.
Right. So from an education perspective, I do have to go back and I have to stress in terms of somebody actually on the chat pod on 2 sessions or 3 sessions ago, I think the gentleman's name was Tom, that put in was referring to a journalist not doing his or her job by lambasting Gen AI. I would say that anybody who is not embracing these tools to really figure out how they can morph the message to whatever your audience is. If you're a journalist, it's the general public or a niche in terms of a vertical because you're writing for a specialty. If you're an instructor, teacher, professor, it's your students. We all need to be in partnership together to help educators, in this case, really adjust accordingly so that they're comfortable with this technology and not afraid of it. They embrace it. Somebody said to me the other day, instructors need to teach to it, not away from it. You know, New York City public school system has banned ChatGPT, right? Now, students and teachers are going to figure out a way around that. That's just an artificial barrier that if somebody really wants to use those tools, they're going to figure out a way. So building artificial barriers is not the path, in my opinion.
GPT-4 fuels so many tools.
Yeah.
You have to go piece by piece and ban every tool.
Right.
That's just
and the Times piece on the gentleman from Google that they called the godfather of AI that quit because he was concerned of what's happening here. He himself said, in an interview with 60 Minutes, he himself said, there's no way we can put a barrier up. If we legislate this in the United States, well, we're going to have just China just trumping us, we're just creating barriers for ourselves to innovate and iterate. We need to figure out educational opportunities here to bring people along. Anyway, there you go. That's my sermon for the moment.
excellent. Well, thank you so much, Stephen. I appreciate you making time for us and chatting about this. This is a topic I could talk about all the live long day, but we're gonna.
You and me both. Please
Yes.
note on that slide on that page that I put in the chat pod. I'm here on behalf of my colleague Bridget McNamara, who looks after Arizona State University. I'm based here in the East. Please feel free to reach anybody here who's attending this. Feel free to reach out to us. You want to have a continued conversation about that? Happy to do that. I can talk about this stuff until the cows come home.
Well, thank you so much, Stephen. I appreciate you. So Ryan, I found this image and I thought of you because I was thinking in 2050, will a little robot be an antiquated notion, and is this robot pontificating the use of a pencil and how it wished it could use pencils? So that's why I was thinking about robots and pencils when I saw this, and also the image that I came up with in Dolly was horrifying compared to this. So with that in mind, Ryan, could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. I'm Ryan Gialames. I'm head of product Edtech at Robots and Pencils. And Stephanie, I think I'm definitely going to have to get a copy of this photo because I love it.
You just can't monetize it because I licensed it from Adobe.
I won't tell.
It's just the three of us here. No big deal. Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me today. I was, just trying to think about, I think I don't have as organized of thoughts as maybe some of the other speakers today, but I thought maybe just I'd give you some of the shower thoughts that I've been thinking about, and maybe some of the challenges that I'm seeing. I'm working on a current project right now with a group of folks who are really thinking a lot about trust in AI. And so I won't give you too many details about the solution that they're working on because that wouldn't be fair to them. But I'll mention a little bit of the problem statement that they hope to solve, which is that when you look at these LLMs, there's the possibility of sort of infinity prompts in and infinity, exhaust out, right? And how can we as consumers and maybe more importantly as educators and folks that represent institutions build a layer of trust that these bots won't hallucinate or that these bots won't misrepresent the brand, so to speak. And that's something that's really been interesting to me. How will we be able to sort of build these guide rails, test against these guide rails in a world where there's just all this infinity, right? We have no way to kind of control what's going to go into these systems. And I think over time, the tools will get better at allowing us to control what comes out. But I think today, most of the models that we're playing with and we're talking about today, right, are owned by somebody else. You know, ChatGPT-4, for example, has a lot more guide rails around it than 3.5 had. I think a lot of us that were playing with 3.5 and now playing with 4 would argue that 4 is kind of boring, right? It's not as much fun as 3.5 was. You could get 3.5 to do a lot more fun things or say things that were maybe inappropriate or interesting. And so again, without giving out too much detail about how these folks are thinking about it, one way is to sort of build an army of bots, right? So using other generative AI against generative AI to be able to try to force it into the latest hacks to try to get things to hallucinate or to see if it's on brand or off brand. And I know as a UXer by trade and somebody who's really interested in these tools, I think that what's going to be really interesting is seeing who will be, like, what types of users will be the right types of users to be able to sort of shape these domains of knowledge and these LLMs to produce the right outputs. Today, that's squarely really in the world of data scientists, right? It's figuring out ontologies and going in and hacking, you know, the code to be able to manipulate what comes out of these things. But I'd be really keen to see over the next couple of years whether these tools become more democratized so that folks like me or folks like the folks we have on the call today would have a little bit more control over what these models say and do and how they attribute knowledge back to their source, right? And whether or not you can trust that. So that's just one of the challenges that I've been thinking about. I don't know if Shawn or Stephanie, if you guys have seen anything cool in that regard, or if you've been wondering the same thing about the sort of infinite in, infinite out kind of question.
Definitely thinking about the infinite nature of that. And I'm just curious what you're hearing from your clients as to what their biggest challenges are, their perceived challenges in integrating AI into education. And also what's the most delightful thing you've seen AI used for in an education environment?
That's a really good question. I think a lot of the folks that we've been talking to, you know, are excited about it. I recently just did, and I'm sure a lot of you have done this too. I recently came off of, you know, the big ASU GSV, and before that, Salesforce had a education conference that I attended. And so of course this is dominating, right? This is the shiny object of 2023, and I'm sure it will be into 2024. Who knows what 2025 will be, right? And I think a lot of schools are sort of back on their heels to kind of try to wait and see, like, where are their applications of use, maybe particularly behind the scenes, that might help, you know, things that you have already talked about. Like I've heard, you know, using tools to help generate learning objectives. One that I think is pretty interesting, if you start looking at like the skills economy that I know a lot of the big schools are talking about these days. So like WGU's Open Skills Network, for example, they use something called a rich skill descriptor, which isn't super easy or intuitive to write. It's everything from sort of a title to a description and some metadata. And if you think about like that as an interesting use case in higher ed, I think that's a place where the generative bots can really help us, because they're very good at learning a format, similar to like a learning objective or haiku, right? Like they're very good at knowing a format. And so I think that you'd be able to work with these tools to be able to say, hey, write me a rich skills descriptor, and just kind of use plain language, and then it could help format that for you. And ideally, in a world with rich skill descriptors, I think one of the other challenges that we see in the marketplace is that if every single school and every single educator is writing their own slightly different version of an RSD, then how are we ever going to get to the promised land of really having this sort of shared vocabulary, shared metadata around rich skills descriptors? And so I think that's one particular area that I'm really excited about seeing the use of AI being applied there. I think the other one that I've seen is a couple of schools have done some research on what type of communications are they sending out to their learners, right? And one of the areas that I think there's a big opportunity for is that when you do this analysis, what you end up finding is even the best intentioned educator or the best intentioned, success coach or, whatever role that's there to help the learner along, oftentimes we will use templates, right? And sometimes those templates are given to us by the university because the university wants to be really careful about their brand or wants to make sure you're using social emotional language, these types of things, right? But inevitably what happens is the student starts to get the same message over and over again, right? It's not even intentional. And I don't even know if sometimes educators or career coaches or success staff recognize that this is happening. But when you start to do the analysis, you realize, oh, well, that same student got that same message or maybe slightly altered. And it starts to feel like they've been receiving form messages, right? Like can mail from these folks that are entrusted to help them. And so I think the generative AI can be incredibly useful there. And we've talked to some schools about, do you just use some of these off the shelf tools like ChatGPT or, Salesforce has a bunch of cool stuff coming out with Slack. I'm sure Microsoft has a bunch of cool stuff coming out in Word. So is there the possibility to take these sort of canned messages, not lose some of that rigor, if we want to inject social emotional learning, if we want to ensure that they're on brand, but to be able to increase variety of the language that's used in these tools, I think is an area that's really interesting, right? So that students constantly can be given something that feels novel and fresh. I know from being an app designer, we often try to nudge students or reward them. If we got a lot of Duolingo fans here, right? You get all kinds of cool messaging, but that messaging can even feel very rote after a while. Like I've been focusing on my breath work and I got this cool breath work app. And every day when I complete my goal, it gives me the same yay, great job, and after the third day, I'm kind of like, okay, well, who cares about that screen anymore? Because I've seen it 12 times, 13 times. It's lost its effectiveness, right? The Apple Watch, as someone just posted, that's a great example, right? It's always like you're a little behind on your rings. It almost comes at the same time each day, right? And so I think that's a tremendous opportunity as app designers to be able to think about, even if we're preloading those messages, just using the generative AI, instead of having 10 canned messages, now maybe we could have 1,000 or 100,000. And that's maybe where I move into the next area that I'm really excited about is I think that how the generative AI is able to sort of remember state, right? Those of us that have played with ChatGPT, it remembers the previous conversation. And I think this opens the door to really interesting things that I've kind of heard in the space over the last couple of years. Like a dear friend of mine's really passionate about giving learners control over their learning data. They're particularly interested in having it on a blockchain, so it's immutable so that the student owns it, right? And I know ASU is doing some cool things with their Pocket initiative along those same lines. And I think that if we're careful and thoughtful about and intentional about where we really like to leverage users' data, learners' data in the future, is around things like maintaining this state, right? Like, does a learner react more, and how do we come up with ways to figure this out, right? But does learner A react more to somebody kind of being a coach and somebody who's always going to rah and give them positive reinforcement? Or is there another learner who, quite frankly, wants somebody to be more like their mom and nag them a little bit, or tell them, hey, you got to do this right now, make time for it, There's this fun Carrot Weather app for iOS that, you can kind of set whether you want the daily messages about the weather to be really aggressive, and some of them even use curse words and things like that, or do you just want it to be sort of businesslike and buttoned up? And I think that what really excites me as a person who builds these experiences for a living is how can we start to create these, custom personas that are really based on that user's data, not only like what we know that they have already accomplished, whether that's through skills or, you know, whatever other means of tracking that, but also a little bit more about like, how do they socially and emotionally respond to these types of tools? What type of prompts would they like to have? And I think that it just opens the door to a lot of personalization there. So that's kind of some of the stuff that I've been thinking about.
No, that's great, Ryan. Thank you so much. Shawn, any quick questions, final thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess one thing that I would be curious about, right, is like in so many ways when we think about, you know, edtech tools and things like that, we're always understandably, right, very, very focused on what's happening in the learning space. And I would just kind of be curious just to kind of get, you know, some of your thoughts around what you're seeing and the opportunities, perhaps, like when we think about some of those tools, about thinking about more of the community aspect, right? So how, for example, leveraging things like the generative AI system with large language models to make other things better. So thinking about a lot of situations we deal with in a lot of schools. I mean, here in Arizona, for example, this is a common situation where you have families of students who do not speak the same language to which their students are learning. And oftentimes it puts, for example, the student themselves in a position of being a translator for their parents, for the educational. And we see this, you know, and again, kind of touching on other threads all day today, right? We have these issues of access, and with new and emerging technologies, right? Usually the people who have access to them first and that are thus advantaged are those who are already advantaged. But just kind of thinking about like, what do you see as opportunities in these design spaces, in development of applications to leverage those tools to try to reach out for those groups, those, you know, who are sort of typically marginalized, or also in terms of, you know, thinking back to our panel earlier on the sort of like the humanization aspect of it, of really thinking about, you know, even those who are considered vulnerable populations. Like, how do you see that technology sort of trying to work towards a more equitable experience rather than just continuing to sort of lock in, right? I mean, even just the, you know, the comment about the Apple Watch, right? Well, if we were sitting here and you have one, what an affordance to have. But how are these technologies going to help us, or how do we work towards that, right? To be mindful that while, yeah, we can create these cool components that kind of reinforce that, but also how do we kind of intentionally try to move in a way that can sort of help sort of those other areas that have historically been, you know, underserved and underrepresented?
Yeah, that's a lot to unpack there, and great question, Shawn. I think, you know, what you said at the end is really near to dear to me in my heart, which is intentionality, right? Like being a designer, and all of us here being design thinkers and caring about these things, right? Like if you have the intentionality of, you know, how you want to leverage these tools to make things more equitable. Like, just to give you a quick example, you know, maybe I'm writing a course. Again, this is a little off on the community side, but maybe more on the equitable side. If I'm writing some course content for a course, and maybe it's a statistics course, and I'm going to just use some generic data set, like maybe even one that I've made up, or I've asked a generative AI model to make up for me so that my students can look at the statistics model that they're going to use in practice, right? We might be able to help train the AI or train the faculty to use the AI in a certain way to say, well, rather than using this generic data set, why don't we use the water tables in Flint, Michigan, right? Why don't we use real data that's not only going to help fulfill the need of that statistical problem set that we're trying to get across, but also how can we shine a light on the inequity of the folks in Flint, Michigan and their water supply, right? And use that data in a meaningful way embedded inside of a course so that, you know, and I could see the AI helping us do that, because it might intervene and say to us like, hey, rather than doing this, you know, generic data set, use this more equitable one. I think your question around community is a really good one. And it brings up a lot of questions around like prompting, right? Like how, as we introduce learners into a social environment, how can maybe the AI ease that feeling of loneliness that we talked about earlier, and get them more prepared to be able to open up and talk to others? Is it through a prompt? Is it by understanding that individual user a little better and giving them a prompt that's going to be more meaningful to them, rather than just the generic, like, tell everyone your name and 3 things about you, right? Maybe if we know a little bit about that learner, maybe if we know that their English is a second language learner, maybe that prompt can be slightly different. Maybe it can drive them to open up a little bit more. As we know, like from that old ladder of, like, there's the lurkers, right? There's the people who are always just commenters, and then there's sort of the content creators themselves. Can these prompts maybe shift those dynamics so that rather than the people who are always the first to post are maybe asked to, sit back a little bit, let someone else have a turn? Or maybe if someone tends to be a little bit more of a lurker, is there the opportunity for that prompt to move them up? And I want to, cede my time to let the next person go. But the one other thing I've been thinking about that I find daunting even myself when playing with these tools, and I think goes back to this intentional design, is I'm really looking forward to what the next world looks like beyond the empty prompt. And I think that when we think about higher education, we really have to think about, so what do I mean by that? The empty prompt is just that, right? It's this empty square, like the search bar, where I could type anything into this LLM. And like, I've heard, people talk about how we're soon going to have bots that are Socrates, or you'll have a bot that's Al Gore that talks about climate science, or you'll have a bot that, is Bill Gates or whatever it might be. Well, what would you ask that person if they happen to be in the room with you? You'd probably be starstruck if it was Bill Gates or Al Gore or Socrates, because he's been gone for a long time, right? And so I think that, like, us even thinking past that prompt and thinking more about how generative AI will be able to prompt us and drive us and nudge us and put us in a Socratic position to be answering questions rather than always be asking them. And I think it opens up a big world of, like, how metacognition really works in this new world, and how important it's going to be, and how we maybe should be focusing more attention on teaching metacognition to learners so that they better understand how to deal with an empty prompt, but also how to deal with, this myriad of bots that are about to be entered into our lives. And unfortunately, the early ones are probably going to be more trying to scam us, right? And so to be able to try to understand how to interact with them, I think is huge. And again, that intentionality goes back to, how are we going to engineer the generative AIs to be able to prompt the humans to be able to drive us towards our goals of learning and achieving and ultimately succeeding in whatever our endeavors are. So lots of fun things to think about,
Yes.
but I appreciate your time.
And the most critical question is, what is that going on behind you? Because to me, it looks like
That's a
food moving through a
nanoleaf.
large intestine.
Yes, so Shawn nailed it. It's a nanoleaf. I probably get more questions. If I got a kickback for every time I've pitched this silly little light, but you can build in any combination you want. I went with intestine. And it's you could also switch it over into a mode where it can be like a disco. It can be sound reactive. So if you're playing some records or whatever, it can kind of do some cool things with lights. But
Cool.
and speaking of which, an interesting use case of generative AI that I saw. So I use this other tool called iConnect. Speaking of too many toys in the house, my whole house has different lights in it, these hue lights. And when the person first rolled out this AI feature, I thought, boy, this is really corny. But it said that it's an empty prompt, and you can put anything you want in it, and then it will set the lights according to the prompt that you gave it. So I gave it things like give me an under the sea prom theme. And then it came back and it will tell you, well, I chose blues and purples because of the under the sea, and I chose this and this because of coral reefs. And it was just really interesting. So it was one of those moments of delight. Not that I've used it much, but it was actually one of those places where I think everything's going to have AI shoved into it in the next 2 years. So it'll be interesting to see what things actually delight users and which things we just kind of roll our eyes at and say, boy, that's silly. Why do we need AI in that?
Well, thank you so much, Brian. We appreciate your time and your insights, and we will continue this conversation. There's lots of great questions in the chat and comments in the chat. So we'll continue this conversation on the participate.com platform, which we'll send you a link to tomorrow. So thank you so much. Everyone. So let's move on. We're going to talk about the future of the workforce. And interesting article came out on April 9th about what industries will be most impacted by AI. So you can scan that QR code to get to that article. But these are the 10 items, 10 careers that it is predicted that will be most affected by AI, and the why behind all of this can be researched in the article. So with that note, we're going to have a chat with Tim. So welcome, Tim Sanders. Please introduce yourself, and don't forget to mention that we used to work together at broadcast.com.
That's right, Stephanie. Nice to meet everyone here. My name is Tim Sanders. I currently serve as Vice President of Client Strategy at Upwork. For those of you that don't know, Upwork is the world's largest marketplace for freelance talent, contractors, and virtual teams. We have millions and millions on the platform. We service about half of the Fortune 100 and a third of the Fortune 5,000 with talent to help them deliver work. And Stephanie mentioned we used to work together. So back during the first hype cycle, we like to call that WWW1 back at the turn of the century. I worked with Mark Cuban at his startup, which became broadcast.com. It was sold to Yahoo in late 99. I went to Yahoo, where I became the company's chief solutions officer, mostly focused on very large problems we were trying to solve. I've written 5 books, including Love is the Killer App. I've been following AI with keen interest since about 2006. I've watched it matriculate from AI, they're not ready for prime time, to machine learning. Look what Google's doing. Oh, wow, look what Amazon's doing. And then over the last 4 months, the biggest hype cycle in history around generative AI. I talk to big enterprise CTO leaders every single day, along with private equity folks, about the impact of Gen AI on their businesses, on how they think about the concept of workforce, et cetera. So I'm excited to be with you today.
Thank you so much, Tim. Looking at that list of 10 things and all of there's a World Economic Forum report that just came out about the future of workforce. How do you see the workforce shifting as it pertains to full-time versus freelance versus part-time, and how demonstrating skills factors into all of that?
Very good question. So stepping back a little bit from the AI conversation itself, let's just talk about how workforces in general are going to change. And to do that, I want to go just a little Dr. Sheldon Cooper with you, for those that caught that cultural reference. Etymology, much like Sheldon liked flags, I like etymology. The word work was first used in conversation and then became a thing. By 16th century, mathematician, physicist, and billiards enthusiast Gustave Gaspard, and he used the word work, obviously translated, to describe the force required to move a ball, as in billiards, okay? He used the phrase good work to describe the force required to move the ball into the called pocket. So it surprises me that, centuries later, we still confuse workforce with people. And we still think of workforce as a bunch of full-time employees, and we acquire 100% of their time and their intelligence, and they make a bet that we're not going to lay them off or fire them suddenly. And that's the way the workforce has shaped over the last few centuries. And that's going to change. There's a couple of reasons it's going to change. Reason number one is that specialized skills that emerge, like many of the skills we're going to talk about surrounding Gen AI, they have a shelf life that is actually shorter than the actual reskilling time it takes for a full-time employee to learn a new skill. So if you want to take a full-time copywriter and retrain them on being a prompt engineer to achieve a multiple of productivity when it comes to copy creation, the time it takes to retrain that person, if they still have their full-time job, may very well exceed the shelf life for that particular prompt engineering skill. I'm using that in a very current, contemporary way. A way that we talk about it a lot at Upwork is that you've got a LinkedIn marketing manager at a big company. You really think you're going to retrain them on TikTok video quick enough for TikTok to still be the kind of thing it is today? We've reached this singularity where organizations increasingly are going to reserve the full-time hire for generalists who can be program managers, project managers, performance managers, and then all the specialists with short shelf life skill sets will be hired in the talent cloud. If I could share an image here, if possible, I prepped one for this conversation. Oh, wonderful. Let me just share an image to illustrate what the new world looks like. Melissa Valentine, Stanford, she's credited with creating the concept of flash mobs, flash teams. And she talked about this new model. She calls it the core periphery. And she says in this model, companies rely on a group of core employees, and it's a shrinking core, as you can see, which the company plans to invest in and nurture while tactically leveraging networks of external on-demand talent. So I want you to imagine on the left is Disney, or I could say Dell, it does not matter. But on the left is a traditional workforce where 90% of the work is delivered by full-time employees, and the layer you see outside that, the green layer, is delivered by on-demand talent, which up until recently, 90% would have been on-demand human being talent, freelancers, contractors, temps, and vendors, and a little bit of AI. But if you take a look at the right, that's Google. Google's less than 50-50 when it comes to looking at their full-time population and their contingent population, inclusive of AI. In fact, I would argue it's probably closer to 30-70. And in this case, they've been much more judicious about full-time hires. There's a real science behind the full-time hire where you know you're scoping 30 hours on task every week. And if you're not sure, you hire that specialized person fractional, and they graduate from fractional to full-time after a period of time when you both had to look at each other. I believe that workforces are going to transform, and they're going to transform very quickly to a model where the talent cloud is demonstrably bigger than the actual full-time workforce. And I'm going to show you one more idea here real quickly to kind of summarize this. I think what's going on right now, not just with the Gen AI explosion, but with the coming recession and all the layoffs you're reading about today, is there's this new opportunity for organizations to kind of reinvent themselves, if you will. So if I were to show you historically what workforces used to look like when they're going through these recessionary periods, take a look at the top here. Yeah, you've overhired by 2021, you're big and bloated. 2023, you get really lean because you're having to reduce expenses. And then it's back on like Donkey Kong in 2025 with the next growth period, and you end up 10% bigger than you were in 2021. My argument is organizations today are considering a new model as they add back capacity on the other side of this recession, especially in the face of tools like generative AI, where they're going to have a larger cloud of on-demand talent and AI delivering day-to-day work than they do full-time employees. And quite frankly, it's going to create a very agile core, and it's going to create the ability for organizations to adjust much more to market, if you will, to use startup phrase, pivot much quicker. I mentioned Google before. Google is in a very good position to pivot to, if they wanted to, the $1 trillion industry of robo-taxis that is around the corner. They are positioned very well to pivot to that squarely because of how lean they're getting with respect to their full-time workforce. So that's how I see the workforce changing. Just to put shorthand on it, in the future, we'll probably have a motion of fractional to full-time, and increasingly, our workforce will be comprised of bots. But as we're about to talk about, these chat bots are not like C3PO or Wally. They don't think. They are not sentient. They do not have the ability to prescribe judgment. And as the authors of Power and Prediction, a wonderful book, talk about, AI, inclusive of ChatGPT, AI is just a prediction machine, okay? Even with ChatGPT, it merely predicts what the prompter thinks will be a good answer. That's why we call it the BS artist. That's what we talk about it hallucinating. It's filling in facts in an effort to predict what the prompter wanted in the first place. So what the authors of Power and Prediction say is everything we've seen so far is a demonstration of in-between times. So when it comes to Gen AI, we're in between its demo of an amazing potential and the realization of true value. We're in between those times. So
But Tim, and to that point,
Yeah.
there's a big window in the studio that I'm in, and yesterday, as we were prepping for this, it was commencement day here at ASU, and I was watching all the students walk by in their caps and gowns and wondering what kind of questions they're encountering about AI as they're interviewing for jobs. What's the expectation in the marketplace right now for AI skills from a typical graduate?
None. They haven't gotten that far yet, right? I mean, it's still shadow IT to most companies. The use of generative AI is more entrepreneurial, student-led, and hackerish right now. Inside actual companies, ChatGPT has not produced the quality to scale that would make it a replacement for what you normally did. So in the majority of conversations I have with enterprise leaders, they are more worried about renegade or what they call shadow AI inside their organization, where people are using ChatGPT to do their homework, so to speak, at work. They're actually policing that. I think the way they're thinking is let's go hire subject matter experts to write prompts, solve info security problems around using these platforms, figure out how to move from point solutions like using ChatGPT to write an article to system-wide solutions about how to use ChatGPT to improve decision-making across the enterprise. Those are skill sets they're actively looking for. The hottest thing right now is to be a prompt engineer. Okay, if you walked into a meeting and you were a prompt engineer with a specialty in Firefly a year from now, you could get hired for that job. Perhaps you could definitely be $100 an hour freelancer right this moment and be 100% booked. You could absolutely be booked right now with that talent. So they're looking more for specialists, to answer your question, Stephanie. They aren't yet expecting your talent that walks in the door to already know how to use this. No more so than they expected you to be really good at Boolean search 10 years ago. Nobody asked you, how good are you at finding something on Google? And that's what we're really talking about, is the skill sets that are going to be really important with Gen AI.
And what industries and sectors do you see this affecting the most right now and in the next 5 years?
I say less industries and more departments. Let's reorient to that, okay? It's going to hit marketing first, like everything does, because marketing is the hardest to measure and has a very large hit on our overall expenses. So, there's an old saying, David Ogilvy, half of all the advertising is wasted. We just don't know which half. Think about that. So Gen AI is going to be a wrecking ball with respect to a lot of work that's being done around graphic design, copy writing, copy editing, and even translation. So you're going to see it in the marketing department first, but you'll also see a rise of a new type of talent who's being paid like an engineer called a prompt engineer. You're going to have a lot of QA specialists that are on the other side of ChatGPT outputs to do the very quick work of making them ready for actual deployment. So you're going to see that happen. You're also going to see it a lot in the development side of a company, especially around small coding requirements, like building an extension for your Chrome browser to do a certain thing, creating a mock-up of an app, or creating a little snippet of code to integrate your technology into a platform, say like Workday. We're going to see a lot of that, but not yet. We're probably not going to see that, honestly, until at least 2025, because I think if we've learned anything around cloud computing, Gen AI for enterprise is going to be one of those things where you were crazy if you didn't, until that moment where you are crazy if you didn't. Now, AWS launched cloud in 2006, but it wasn't a thing until 2012 because the recession made it a thing in 2009 and 2010 and 2011, when you had to add back all that capacity, but you could no longer afford premise computing or installed software solutions. Something is going to have to happen to accelerate the adoption of Gen AI to scale for it actually to hit the rest of the company and fundamentally change, the way that we work.
Shawn, thoughts on the matter?
Yeah, well, lots of thoughts, but Tim, perhaps a question, kind of looking, I've been scanning the chat as well, and thinking about this and kind of going back to that visual that you shared, right? Especially thinking about those models of those larger companies, right? That the full-time employee core base has shrunk down and are in, I don't know what the right term
Dramatically.
but like augmenting what would have been full-time employees with more contract-based, short-term, and as you mentioned, even perhaps non-human related things. What is that? What are your thoughts about that? Not necessarily as Upwork, but just kind of in general, as you're sort of seeing these moving pieces from a societal perspective, right? Because I think one of the concerns that quickly comes to mind, right, is in various societies. I mean, we can pick on the United States because that's kind of where we are situated right here at the present. But, when we remove that sort of industry of workforce of those traditional full-time employed jobs, one might also question the motive behind that, right? Like, is that really, we have a problem with that, right? As these companies move to that model, does that reduce from a societal perspective those who have access to healthcare, education, things like that, or having economic mobility?
That's a good question. It's a really good question.
What do you see about that? Because I know I'm not asking you to solve that, but what direction is the wind blowing, so to speak, when you see these things? Because there's a lot of concern around that, right? That as people have,
there is,
having that as an option for more flexibility for those who are seeking that, but it's a dramatic fear for those who don't want that, right? That they would be pushed,
especially generational. So I do a lot of research, try to look at the downside. We've worked a little bit with Professor G, Scott Galloway. He has opinions about the gig economy, especially as it relates to Lyft and Uber drivers. Now, remember, at Upwork, we're talking about developers, we're talking about high-skilled freelancers, we're talking about a platform where literally tens of thousands of people make $250,000 to $1 million a year on the platform. You got to solve the healthcare insurance thing. I'll just cut right to the quick. Something we're all thinking about in our businesses is how can we negotiate a group healthcare plan that freelancers can buy that give them the same quality of healthcare as if you worked for a company. Got to solve that. Why do we have to solve that? A very big chunk of the workforce that leaves college does not plan to join the full-time workforce. Why is this? Teachable moments. 2008 was a big teachable moment. It led to a swell of people that choose owning a business. That's what freelancers call themselves, business owners. They choose owning a business over working in a business, being acquired full-time on a broken promise. As a matter of fact, 25% of the workforce currently exiting college will never go to work full-time. They'll either join a startup or create a business, and even in that startup, they will not be full-time. So they want this. Why do they want this? Well, because they watch their older brothers and sisters and parents get laid off, and they realize talent acquisition is a one-way offer. So what do they want? They want a diversified income stream. I mean, even at Upwork, I would say loosely, we fill a stadium, like Levi Stadium. We fill it every week with new people joining the platform to become freelancers as a career choice. Why do they do it? They'd rather have 3 to 4 enterprise clients than having one employer. Now, what's the gap? Health insurance. Back to this point here. We know for a fact that the average freelance full stack developer is going to make 20 to 30% more than a full-time employee developer on an annual basis, but they got to purchase their own healthcare insurance, which they can on a margin like that if it's pre-negotiated. So to answer the question, Shawn, Generation Z, and to some extent, the end of this Generation Y or whatever you want to call it, they're gravitating more to a model of diversity and flexibility and how they make money and spend their time. The hazard there will be that all the platforms, and not just the knowledge work platforms like Upwork, but I'm talking about the drive you around platforms like Uber and Lyft till they flip to robo-taxi. They're all going to have to think about it too. And that's really going to be the big unlock, because these companies, they have to meet the market where they are. I was at one of the major schools, I won't say, but they were talking about, they did a straw poll, and 1 out of 5 of their computer science graduates indicated they will never work full-time for a single company. That is a remarkably higher number than straw polls from 20 years ago, which would have been more like 1 out of 20, because we boomers and Xers, we want job security. We value job security. We don't have this intrinsic need to diversify our income against the next round of layoffs. But man, what's going on in the Valley is a teachable moment, and it's going to change the mindset of talent as quickly as it changes the mindset of employers.
So Tim, what do you think we as higher education as a whole should be focused on right now, having that contact with students and preparing them to graduate and go into the workforce? What's the thing that you would ask that we emphasize right now?
Well, I mean, I think getting people in the habit of constantly reskilling and embracing disruption as a student is a really good skill. I think we, as professionals, whether you're an educator, whether you're a business person like myself, need to take everything about tech that scares us and study it. Because curiosity is an incredible antidote to fear and uncertainty. So I think that's a really big part of it too. I really also think that universities should quickly develop curriculums that are going to feel more like a vocational school and less like a traditional college academic plan, to help people very quickly embrace new skills so as not to be irrelevant. And I had mentioned to you in a previous conversation, I took I'm taking an executive education program now from Rotman School at University of Toronto, because they are the center of the universe for AI right now. That group of academics have not only done a really good job of figuring out the new skills, but they've also done a great job of packaging it, making it easy to buy, not only for folks like myself that aren't actual enrolled students, but for people in their local communities. So University of Toronto is really on top of it, and I think that's a real model for the future, is to make it easier to buy as a university for quick education to reskill a person than it's going to be for private educational offerings and startups out there that will very quickly be in that business. Udemy, for example, will probably educate, at the best I can tell, they'll probably educate at least 250,000 people this year on prompt engineering for low-code development and content creation. That's Udemy. I think that's a business to be in for everybody.
So since you brought up Toronto, there's some chatter happening in the chat around the benefits not being as challenging in Canada as they are in the States.
Yeah, I see that. That's interesting. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Canada, it provides healthcare, and so that is less of an issue. Because when you take a look at benefits, what benefits kind of break down to, there's a variety of things that go into a benefit package. And with alternative minimum tax, stock options or restricted stock units can actually be as much of a burden for an employee unless their company's stock goes up as it is a benefit. So you really start to get down to brass tacks here. You're really talking about things related more to healthcare, disability, that type of thing, maybe life insurance. And life insurance is not necessarily as overpriced for the small business person or entrepreneur as healthcare is. Healthcare, there's just a huge gap between what you get as a small business owner and what you get as an employee of an enterprise. That has to be solved.
Definitely. Any final thoughts before we move on?
Not for me. I think this is fantastic. Tim, thank you so
much. Dan Starmont really has it well. Yeah, you should ask Dan about this though later. There's people I know this year that have like $50,000 bills to the IRS that are just based on the fact that they were awarded stock at a higher price and charged short-term cap gains. And at the end of the year, the stock's down 80%, and now they're getting these big bills, but they've never seen a penny. This is not the same thing that happened during .com days. It's a travesty that people aren't being educated better when they go to work for these tech companies that get these types of benefits to understand the liability. There's a new generation of people now that are actually declining stock options and renegotiating all cash offerings. By the way, they probably at least minored in math in college. So there you go.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tim. I really appreciate you taking the time, and we will continue this conversation. Absolutely.
My pleasure.
So many thoughts and questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Very
Tim.
good. Thank you. So moving on, we are going to chat with our friends from CDW about the future of learning and learning environments. And joining us now we have dueling Shawns, Shawn and Shawn.
We got a
as
Shawn
well
and
as
Shawn, and
Christopher.
I'm going to go. So I'm adding. So Shawn, I'm hoping I'm grabbing the right one because you didn't have a last name in Zoom, but I think I got you.
You got him.
All right, and I'm,
Excellent. So Chris, Shawn, if you could introduce yourselves quickly, then we'll dive into some questions.
Sure, I guess I'll go first. Hey, everybody. By the way, awesome conversations. My customer calls are never like this. We're different. Christopher Marcolis, I'm head of analytics and data governance in digital velocity at CDW. I'm customer facing. My job is to help develop, understand, curate, go-to-market messaging, product offerings, vendors to bring on board, subcontractors to work with. I'm a lifelong academic. I've started my PhD 3 times. I've got a couple of master's degrees under my belt, a couple of bachelor's degrees under my belt. I learned early on how to work the system and, double up on those degrees. So, I come from both worlds. I'm an academic, but I've been poisoned by capitalism. I'm Canadian too, by the way, and I've lived here 3 times longer than I did in Canada. And I am not naturalizing to the comments out there because there's really no benefit for me to do so. Everybody's motivated by opportunity, right? For me to become a US citizen means I can pretend to vote for president. That's the difference. So, with that, Shawn.
Hi, I'm Shawn. I happen to work on all the fun technologies everybody's been discussing all day long, and I work on them all day, every day, for individuals crafting their workflows, for educators, trying to figure out what to do with things. It's not that scary or complicated, I can tell you that. And that's who I am, right? No more, no less. I am here to disseminate information, and everybody should feel free to ask away, because that's how I like to operate. More interaction, the better. And I like how all 3 of us match.
Yeah.
Like, bam.
I
If anybody
missed the
remembers,
memo.
like, I could be Shadow Stevens if anybody gets that reference from Hollywood Squares.
Stephanie, you broke the you didn't get the memo about wear a black shirt.
I totally missed that. I must have been making slides for this presentation. So Shawn, can you give us just a quick overview for those that aren't familiar with CDW, what CDW is and does, and what their role is in education?
That is a lot. CDW is one of the largest service integrators on planet Earth. What does that mean? It means if you have a problem, we will solve it through professional or managed services. Specifically for education, what we do is provide hardware, software, and programs to help educators launch technology into their classrooms, or for higher education to use collaboration tools, machine learning, AI, or other practical technologies into their systems, into their day-to-days. Like, we are a jack of all trades and master of all trades.
So every single piece of equipment in the studio that I'm sitting in now came from CDW. So, but you guys are much more than just the hardware providers. So with that, let's talk about learning environments and what the future learning environment will look like. We're looking at both virtual and physical, and how AI will be factored into that.
You want me to go, Chris? Because I got a lot of ground to cover here. Yeah. Hey, my mother-in-law is an educator, and I have spent a lot of time in academia myself. And it really depends on the level we're talking at, because each one's going to function a bit differently. At the end of the day, what does it mean? Well, there's technology in the classroom that can gather student data, right? Motions, facial expressions, all that sounds kind of scary, right? But really what we can talk about is how we use new technologies, specifically in this case, generative AI, as ways to free up educators to do more personalized educating. Now, you'll hear a lot of talk about how do we get the algo to go a certain way to help this kid. Maybe we just flip that around a little bit. Maybe it's how do we teach, regardless of age, critical thinking skills and free up teachers to spend that one-on-one time with a student as they use these tools, right? I use these tools being Jarvis AI, OpenAI, Stable Diffusion, Midjourney every day, right? They're not there yet by a shot, but they work really good beside me. It's a great way for students to learn language. Just go in prompt generation. Someone dropped in chat, English is the best programming language now, or is going to be. Sure, it actually is now when you use generative AI, because there's a specific structure you can use. If you understand nouns, verbs, past participles, better yet, you can get a, I don't know, 5th grader in there and get them engaged working in these things. They can tailor it for themselves. You don't have to tailor it for them, right? That's a paradigm shift. And it's a pretty major one. You can allow people to choose their own paths, right, in education, and then teachers can come in with more oversight, more singular touches, right? And we can get into all of a lot of this is in Chris's purview, right? We can put in technology into a classroom. But then we have big conversations about how do you abstract the student and that data? How does that data follow them throughout, right? So, and those are big questions. Of course, I'll tee Chris up for all those because that's data. And I'm really interested in the hands-on portion of it. But what I'm driving at is I would implore everybody to think about just flipping it around, right? Freeing people up to work with students, whether they're 20 or 12, and allowing them to shape their own methodologies of learning. That's a super powerful concept. And I would wager you don't hear a lot of people talking in that way. These technologies are new, kind of, they've been around for a very long time. They're just public now. I've been working with some of these things for nigh on a decade, right? So they're not scary to a lot of us per se. And I think that experience, that wisdom will kind of win out in education over time. We'll see more of a work beside, educate beside than, hey, let's, put some algos on this group of kids and, we put a teaching plan on it because the math says X. No, we actually have a very golden opportunity to add in a human touch now with everything. But you still need the technology and the GPUs to run all these items. CDW.com, Shawn Augenstein, right? So Chris, I know I talked a lot there and I kind of wander around, but I have some very kind of hard lines in the sand on a number of these items.
It's data time, Chris.
Well, one of the things we've been talking about, whether it's been indirect or kind of obtusely around, is this concept of making sure the technology does what we want it to do. And I'm going to say this differently. When we talk about the use of AI and how it's becoming prolific in today's day and age, we're worried about the ethics of bias. Oh no, people are going to misuse technology to, change the outcome so that certain people are held out. Well, we're talking at the same time today about changing the technology so that the answers are what we want them to be, right? That it's used a certain way, it's used for good. And I think as academics, we need to stop and pause and think if we're just trying to differently introduce bias into our AI models. We're trying to build a construct around how this technology can be available and who can use it and how it can be used and when it's appropriate and not. We're as guilty as the people we're complaining about. So that's just a thought that keeps popping up today as we go through these conversations. When I think about academia and just capitalism at large, we've run into the problem of scary stuff before. Right? I'm not scared of this at all. I think this should be widely adopted technology. AI is important. All these generative language models are going to change our world. But I wanted to look back and do a little bit of curation on history here. And, of course, I was using ChatSonic and I was using ChatGPT today to make sure that my thought process and my speaking notes were in tune with the aggregate of commonly available data. And, some of the things that I pulled out of that, is what other disruptive technologies have we seen in the past? And there's a couple of easy ones, right? All of us here, I think largely, if you had your cameras on, well, maybe not all of us, but I'm assuming a few of us were here when cell phones happened, right? I remember when driving with your phone on in the car was the thing to do. You were an accomplished business person with a giant white brick held up to your head, ported to your console. I'm thinking about the intranet that Al Gore built, when that first came out, when AOL happened, like how disruptive that was. And people were complaining about, the consequences of digital inequality and privacy being lost and misinformation and propaganda and cybersecurity, which we've all seen and observed, right? But can you imagine living today without the internet or a cell phone or Bluetooth headset or Apple Watch? The technologies we've learned to adopt to. I went back to look for something that was deployed and developed that was successful that no one complained about: antibiotics. I think it was like in the early 1920s. And, different than maybe some of the things we're talking about today, those technologies weren't regulated the same way. They became prolific in the 40s and World War II because soldiers needed penicillin so they didn't die. Well, if you fast forward now in an ungoverned, unmanaged situation, we now have this problem of resistant bacteria that, antibiotics don't do squat for. So, like that's an example of where things can go awry that kind of counters the argument of, letting AI be free and see what happens. I look back at nuclear technology, the atom bomb. Where did fission go? Well, now we have fusion, right? So we had to deploy technology, use it, suffer through it, understand and realize the consequences, and now re-engineer technology to things that are different. Look at bioengineering, nanotechnology, climate engineering, ride sharing, the gig economy, and now AI. So for me, when I think about academia, we are the ones in the US, in a democratic capitalist society, we have the opportunity to drive outcomes differently. I would argue, at least for myself, my personal bias is that I got all these degrees late in life. I didn't share that part. I didn't start until I was like 24 because I felt I knew enough. I felt I was smart enough. I didn't need a piece of paper in this American economy to get a job. I had one before. I was just a veteran. It worked. But, I got those degrees because I found that I wasn't hireable. I was being compared and managed against other people. And so as I've found these degrees and I've got them behind me, I'm realizing that there is a place to live in the middle between, pushing the edges of the envelope for new technology, new evolution, and kind of zoning back into that core of, is it ethical? Is it smart? Is it academic? Is it right? And so when I think about academia, for teachers, there's two values here, the students and the teachers. What do I do if we enable AI technologies like large language models or small language models? I love SLIM, makes a lot of sense. For teachers, is that personalized learning experience, being able to tailor and curate things for your students so that they get the most value out of those courses, keeps them coming back. Let's automate away the silly things like time cards, like grading, like, the perfunctory things that must be accomplished because they're part of the job. What if this differently drives the consumption of knowledge by enabling research? Why shouldn't I aggregate differently? It's like the introduction of Google search, like that was a bad idea. I remember when I was going to school in my good old days, my cheat sheets were Cole's notes. You guys remember those things? The laminated one-pager, sometimes double-sided, or encyclopedias that you got at the grocery store for 99 cents with a purchase of $25 that your parents did over the course of like a year to get you an almost complete set, but never those few. Like the X's and the Z's were missing. So I grew up with all these technologies, and today I use them every day just to get me moving ahead. And so if we can create efficiencies for teachers, for educators, for faculty and staff, then we're creating opportunity for those higher level tasks. This reminds me a lot of like, we work with customers to help them upgrade their legacy monolithic technology problems, their technical debts, take them from legacy SQL Server to Snowflake in the cloud. Why? Because I need 10% of the staff to manage and curate that, which frees up all those heads to do higher level tasks, all that stuff that you're asking them to do on the side because they're salaried. It makes them more competitive and more, better off at the end of the day. When I think about what we need to do as administrators, apart from benefiting from the technologies that are coming out as they come out, we do have to take the time to update our curriculums. We have to recognize that despite the puritanical approach of academia, capitalism is going to poison the well. And those kids have to pay those degrees off. I'm still paying mine off. I will be until I die, I suspect. We have to make sure we invest in faculty to teach them the pros and the cons. When is bias, and when is it just something to be looking out for? We have to also make sure, and this happens in corporate America a lot, nurture that interdepartment, cross-discipline collaboration. We have to make sure that we're bringing more people like we are today. Like, this is a fabulous way to start having this conversation, bringing all these different weirdos from all these different places together to argue for and against in a safe place, the use of technology. And so like that's kind of the bias that I have towards this is we need to deploy it. It's really important. We're going to do it anyhow. I mean, we've said that in a lot of times in the chat today. They're going to do it. So why not, do this the best way we can. And I don't know what that is yet.
Excellent. So if we're looking at classrooms of the future, I have this little AI generated classroom in front of us. Where do you think, from the physical side, the technology side, we're going to see dramatic improvements in the integration of AI? And where do you think that applies differently to K through 12 versus higher ed?
Oh, isn't that a great question? How well have smart homes fared so far? That's it. That's kind of in the same vein overall. We can help, I mean technologists, facilitate a number of things. What would change in this picture? Well, I don't see a teacher anywhere. That should change in and of itself, right? Someone posted in chat, and I'll get back to the picture. How personalized do we need to be? Do we expect some sort of rigor, right? Some unification of learning? Absolutely. And that goes back to within constraints, a student could personalize what they do or how they interact, and really what it is, and it's aesthetic assumption, right? They just like words presented or pictures presented in some way, but there'll always be rigor. And I'll say this is a golden opportunity to reinvent the wheel and reteach critical thinking and research, right? Never lose sight of that. That's what makes all of this. Those that are worried about how do you validate the information? Well, you shouldn't. Like, that shouldn't be the thing. You should be doing the validation. But what changes in this picture? Not a whole lot outside of where is the educator, right? You're going to have the prevalence of smart boards in classrooms. You're going to have the prevalence of audio-visual aids, namely augmented reality, right? Augmented reality is a very powerful tool for teaching up and down the stack, especially when you're looking at complex anatomy or complex mechanical features. You can break them apart, put them back together in an augmented reality fashion. Notice I said AR and not VR there, right? VR, same thing, but it's not as extensible to youth, meaning K through 6. Right? It's too much of a toy at that level where you can introduce projection or augmented reality, because the children will have phones at this age, or you can supply tablets to hold up and see the things. And then your next stage is something a bit more complex. Maybe your students in middle school, what I would call junior high, would have a Oculus or Oculus Labs, right? Where they have a bit more advanced technology and they can actually work and develop against the technology. And as you go up the stack, that technology continues to advance. I'm not a big proponent of putting things in classrooms to monitor students, i.e. audio or video, right? I think personally that's a bridge too far. And I do believe there is a human element that always needs to be there. And where, again, I see these tools really working is one, to free teachers back up. So in your example here, right, everything can be shipped up to board, shared easily and collaboratively, right? Boom, 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 boom. And that frees the educator up quite a bit. Right. But that's where you'll see it. You'll see it more in collaboration, and you'll see more in AR, and then subsequently VR. AR is more inexpensive, right? So there's that factor that will get students and educators to interact with each other well. And if any of you are on, we'll say, youthful platforms like a Twitch, like a Discord, right? I would implore you, if you're not, to go on there and just investigate, because you get a real feel of where everybody's at, where the youth culture's at, and how they're interacting with these things. And all you have to do is adopt it, right? You just be like water, just go with the flow and everything will surface for you. But how does this picture change? Not much, not much at all.
So there's a lot of work being done here at ASU on team teaching and looking at opportunities for students to have more than one educator / navigator in a class environment. Do you think that AI could be an important part of that team?
Dangerous.
I'm going to take a stab at that, because when I think back to my decade of classes, that TA was never accessible to me. They were always off somewhere. If I caught them in the classroom quickly, I might get a hot second. But I was also that student, the loudmouth who did their homework, that researched a contrarian point, because I wanted to develop my understanding of the topic. So help me, given the crazy expense of that class. So, could I imagine, to the earlier conversation today, a small language model that powered my virtual TA, that has access to the large language model, and maybe the university is curating, that's connected to the larger language model that the intranet that Algorbelt is curating. There's a lot of value in having accessibility to knowledge at our own pace, especially when it can understand and learn from us and have context. So I would argue, absolutely, I needed that, 10 years ago. I needed a virtual TA that could speak back to me, that could curate, and help me understand, what I was trying to do differently than I was, because sometimes I didn't get an A+ in those classes.
Yeah, and I would even I will take a wholly different stance, but also say yes, which is it's advantageous. So we'll use the collegiate example. Free up faculty members, including TAs, from mundane work using X being ML, AI, generative AI, back to your co-educating group, right? Then that puts people available. And as we all know, since about, somewhere around 2008, we all started operating off vibes. So it will help students find who they vibe out better with, unless they're taught how to do advanced chat, prompt engineering, and it's not that hard again, and just personalize that little assistant for them, right? Boom, boom, boom. But I think, again, I say yes, but I agree for different reasons. I think the mundane work can go away. It frees educators up to have more time to spend interacting with students and other faculty members, right?
Excellent. Thank you, Shawn. Shawn, other Shawn. Shawn 1.0. Any closing thoughts before we move on, or hot topic questions to ask our CDW friends?
Yeah, no, I mean, I just a thank you to Shawn and Christopher for kind of really providing some really valuable insights too. Also, just from that, that longer perspective of looking not just at today, but also looking at that horizon, right? What is moving, and how to start to thinking about the way that we start to anticipate some of those needs into the future. I think that's been really great. So thank you.
So next up, we have, with some closing thoughts, Michael from Microsoft Education. He is the Chief Innovation Officer and will talk to us about Microsoft's role in AI now and moving forward, as well as just general thoughts on education. And Michael comes to us from a background in the medical profession. So Michael has an interesting insight on the medical components of AI use. So Michael, tell us a little bit about you.
Sure. Thank you, Stephanie. It's been quite a journey the last half a year. So yes, my background is in medicine, and I've been in practice just about 20 years. I have served in various leadership IT roles over that period of time, including Chief Information Officer and Chief Technology Officer of various New York City agencies. My previous post was the Chief Technology Officer for the New York City Department of Education. And as I have now joined Microsoft, there has been a tremendous amount of change over a very short period of time, both in terms of technology as well as in terms of thinking about technology. When I look at the education space, I'm really looking at K through 12, higher ed, and even parts of academic medical, and getting a sense of where we're going, where we need to go. And it's really a shift in thinking. Right, we're shifting from a search for information and doing all that synthesis on our own to a search for answers. And we as humans are serial information processors, so it's very difficult or maybe impossible for us to see both worlds at the same time. So we need to think about where we are in that spectrum, and also when we are shifting, how is that shift occurring? I've got to hear from the last few speakers, and it was just great to hear their perspectives. Also in my own journey of gathering a couple master's degrees and a doctorate, I have seen the full breadth of K through everything in terms of education, and these are tools that I wish that I had along the way. Microsoft's mission is to empower every person and organization on that planet to achieve more. And I think it's an excellent partnership that we formed with OpenAI, but not just OpenAI in terms of that one element of what we do, but the entire future of technology in terms of how it's being applied to education. There was also a lot of mention about hyper-personalization and being able to engage your content. I've even seen tools pop up now that you can upload your book as a PDF and start talking to the book. So when I have my neuroscience books, the first books that I want to upload in there, I do not want to read you. I want to talk to you only. And so it's been interesting for me to be able to not only engage in technology like that, but to even going into ChatGPT and seeing this high level rationalization engine where I can take multiple disciplinary areas and bring them together in a clear, common way of thinking. So if I want to take physics, education, mathematics, psychology, medicine, and pull them together in one thought, one approach to solving a problem, I can do that instantaneously. It doesn't take away the work of me thinking and my ability to be creative, but it enables me to let go of some of the syntax that I have learned and be able to focus in on what I'm trying to create and why. Right now, that's that kind of shift in thinking, shift in approach, and I think it's occurring everywhere from the back office to educators, as well as to students themselves in terms of how they learn. I can't remember which one of the last folks mentioned this, but it was a great comment about cell phones, right? So I had the honor of meeting my great-grandparents, and I got a cell phone probably in grad school, right? I didn't get a functioning smartphone until way after that. And so when I look at my kids, we got four kids from 17 to 3, and they're growing up with cell phones that talk to them in their language. And so I can tell you unequivocally that I have more in common educationally and in terms of my general upbringing with my great-grandparents than I do with my own children. And so it's very humbling to see this evolution. And what do we really want? We want our kids to be successful. We also want folks in the workforce to be successful, and it is changing dynamically. You've also probably seen a lot of conversation around prompt engineering. I know it came up a couple of times and I saw it in the chat. There may be a world where even prompt engineering becomes irrelevant because it just understands what you want and what you need to do. And that's a possibility, right? As these tools become more cognitive and they kind of establish themselves as more of a perfect cognate, like we have to look at what our humanity is and what it means for us to be unique and what it means for us to contribute. I also know there's a lot of fear around hallucinations and its ability to make errors with such incredible confidence. But as we look at, hallucination type technology that enables us to create beautiful imagery using AI, and we look at the fact-based AI that enables us to create self-driving cars and medical instrumentation, it takes both of those to make an inspired output, right? And when we're looking at maybe the history of hallucinations, we can think of folks like Da Vinci, who were maybe a little off the rocker, but super brilliant, and scientists and technologists really at that time, artists. And there was no concept of a flying machine. There was a bird and a human, right? So it's very clear that creation was not based in reality. And so as we look at things like the flying machine that got created back then, and we think about what hallucinations and creativity and all these things mean to us in the context of AI, you've got an artificial neuron and an organic neuron. And we really need to think about how to empower humanity, how to empower what we can do to help every person achieve more, right? That is ultimately our goal. But now to look at what that means for a student really at any age, and thinking about these tools not just as a technology tool, but or an acceleration tool, but even an accessibility tool for folks that need and can't get access to content without it. I can think of many times, even in my own career in education, where I just, that blockage or that 2 or 3 blockages is enough to make you want to give up. And here is a path to enabling students really of any age to not give up, to be able to access information, content in any way that is appropriate for them, that's meaningful for them. So as we think about that future, I think we, one of the, contributions I'd like to make is really to think about that shift, the shift in thinking, and maybe not try to live in both worlds at the same time. And I'll just kind of wrap this intro on a way that I have understood what our response needs to be. The way I think about it is we give a student a small wooden table. And on that wooden table, there's a nail. And 6 inches from that nail, there's a hammer. And then we tell the student, push the nail into the table with your thumb. Push hard. But whatever you do, don't look at the hammer. Don't touch the hammer. We're in a world right now where, at least 60 to 70% of teachers are using this tool to build curriculum, to build rubric, to build grading rubric, and many other elements of their teaching tools. Even with kids that are using reading progress to learn to read, where they otherwise would not have had an opportunity to. So as we look at things like every child having an assistant, a teaching assistant, and every child having a coach, regardless of whether it's higher ed or K through 12 or beyond, we really need to think if plagiarism detection is going to be our only response in education to this change, this disruption in a multi-thousand-year-old system.
So Michael, because you have your oldest child is at the age where I'm sure they're looking at schools, thinking about what their career path is going to be. How do you envision AI playing a key role in that next part of the journey?
It's an excellent question, one that I struggle with on a daily basis. It was like my older 2 children, they're 17 and 14 now. So they were the ones that actually were flagging for me how important this thing is. And, when it first just started to evolve, and I've been involved in AI for quite some time. But AI and large language models, they somewhat differ, right? I think we forget that AI is like 1950s, teaching computers to do tasks, and 1959 being able to understand patterns and make decisions, and then to adapt to patterns only in 2014, 2017. And I know University of Toronto was mentioned, MIT, Stanford, others were involved in those innovations. And I've been speaking to a lot of the higher eds, faculty, students, and leaders. So as I look for my own kid, one of the things that I'm noticing is he's a 17-year-old, right? He's able to drive now. He's clearly has a cell phone, and he has these business ideas. His ability to drive the entire business idea from beginning to end, he was like, "Papa, I want to actually go call a manufacturer now. Are you okay with that?" And I'm like, "What?" And so, I'm going to be looking with him. He wants to go to check out a bunch of different colleges now. And I'm really going to be looking at not just work ready. I think work ready is a way that we were thinking about it in kind of maybe the prior year or prior 100 years. I'm thinking about what is going to enable him to be life ready. And those are the kind of, curricular and social constructs that I want him to be able to engage in, and to be able to build and evolve in a way that is not strictly guarded by this structure. You are an age, you therefore are in a grade, and you therefore require certain competencies. I want him to be able to excel broadly.
Excellent. And as we're looking at higher education as a whole, can you give us a couple of examples of a use of AI that has been particularly delightful to you, and anything that has thrown up a red flag for you?
Sure. I've seen incredible use cases across all the branches of education I've been engaging with. Scheduling was one of the first big things, right? I had worked with a district to do scheduling at scale, and it was absolutely enlightening to put on all the parameters. Like maybe we gave it 10 variables, let's just say, of here is the core curriculum, here are the number of teachers, number of minutes for breaks, and other areas. And we were able to ask the large language model to act as a student, to act as a director, to act as a teacher, and to do these live human-centered design style reviews on scheduling, to the point where, I mean, you're talking about saving hundreds of thousands of hours just in that one function. But even in higher ed, when you're looking at scheduling on the student side, a student is looking at complex, matriculation matrix, their own jobs, their own internship, their own schedule against their matriculation path, against the dependencies, and against what they actually want to do. And professors, of course, is that they want to see and take. So there's just a lot of constraints and variables, and that's per course, per segment in your calendar. And so the ability to kind of almost talk to your career and schedule it accordingly is going to be a massive shift. Scheduling is certainly popped up. Virtual teacher's assistant came up certainly several times here. The ability to engage and synthesize with content that is very broad and understand it in your language. Because sometimes you need a teacher, sometimes you need a virtual teacher assistant, sometimes you need a coach, and you need that information given to you in an empathic way, where like there's not just the ability to deliver the education, but also to deliver it in a way that can be received by every student. I think is something that's going to be unique in engaging them. There's also academic advising. I've seen several use cases of folks wanting to engage in just being able to not only answer questions, but to dynamically engage with students continuously and free up their time to do other engagement with directly with students. But this was mentioned. I want to say either by Tim or Chris, but this context of being able to stop the busy work and engage in the meaningful work. That is the most critical thing. So as we see these types of co-pilot tools evolve, I think that's what's going to come out of the various use cases. It's not just going to be your standard predictive analytics or making smart alerts. Like I think that's more like the serial kind of old way of thinking versus like the new way of talking to your data and getting a sense of what's really going on, and how do you focus your efforts? How do you even deploy a tool if you see a group of students that are not thriving in the way that they want to, they need to thrive? So those are some of the things I've seen.
So I'm watching the chat and looking at a conversation around things that we know that AI can do, help with building a syllabus, scheduling. And that leads to another conversation about personalized learning and having a personal tutor, if you will, through your journey, through your learning journey, a lifelong learning journey. How do you feel like AI will integrate with lifelong learning in those ways? And do you feel that the AI component should be specific to a course that's tutoring on that course, or specific to a student that follows them through their journey?
It's a great question. I think it's both. I think it's going to be you're going to have competencies per course, right? So you have knowledge, skills, abilities, and learning outcomes. So a lot of education hasn't yet moved to a competency-based model, but now's a good time. And I think you're going to establishing competencies at different speeds So being able to understand what those competencies are and how they get delivered over time is critical. I even like observed a change in behavior as I was working in a large education system, and we deployed one identity as opposed to the K through X having their identity, and that identity kind of shifting. Being able to have your one identity, have your data stored securely, understand your strengths and weaknesses, and playing to them, right? So I'm thinking about like neurodivergence. Even if you have got a kid that is ADHD or also has this particular type of language barrier or cultural integration challenges, you want to be able to take those competencies and bring that to the child. Right. The etymology, like from looking at the word education from educare, if I pronounced it correctly from the Latin, it really means to manifest or to express, to birth that person's potential. And so when I'm looking at education, like we are hitting what the actual word education is based on, which is to help a student at any age manifest their greatest potential. So it's going to be a combination of factors. It's going to be personalized, maybe even hyper-personalized, and you're going to be able to feed competencies into it and allow it to generate the appropriate use case, right? So we're thinking about fixed texts, fixed assessments, fixed ways to get an idea of whether a child or a student of higher ed has earned that competency. We're talking about being able to create use cases on the fly, repeated use cases to assess whether they are competent or not in that particular skill.
Excellent, thank you. Shawn, I'm going to pass the mic over to you.
Yeah, well, you don't even have to pass it. It's sitting right in front of me. So, Michael, first of all, thank you just for sharing all this stuff. And one, of course, I'm not going to ask too many open AI related questions, knowing that Microsoft, of course, is a major supporter financially for that system. But I think one of the things, so I also want to use this to kind of just highlight a tool, for example, that I have found to be not only interesting to use in like some of my own teaching experiences, but also, for example, this past fall, I was teaching a group of Fulbright scholars that came from around the world here to ASU. And one of the things that we were talking about was using, especially for students who English is a second, third, fourth, fifth language, is leveraging some of these tools, like you have already kind of mentioned, right? This idea of bringing things to them and allowing students to engage in that personalized learning. And I think a very, at least for me anyway, and for a lot of the people I work with, a very hidden, amazing tool that Microsoft has in products like Microsoft Word is the immersive reader tools, right?
Yes.
So this idea, and if you're not familiar, I can drop a link or somebody else can, if you're someone who's quicker than I am on the draw, can drop a link to it. If you're not familiar with what this is, but essentially this is a tool that can allow you to engage with written language in a way that can bring it to you, right? So by leveraging some of these powerful tools where you can take a body of text and it can highlight as you're trying to learn and kind of go through these, what are the verbs, what are the nouns? It can do text to speech. It can adapt to what you need it to do. And I would be curious, and I realize, I'm not going to try to ask you to expose any product secrets or things like that, but given the sort of this like multiple approach of these were some existing pathways and tools for providing that personalized learning, and the investment in like leveraging ChatGPT through Bing and all those kind of things. How do you see, or what can you share about this sort of strategy of those things merging together in a way that provides this opportunity for those individualized learning to take place?
Excellent question. There is, so I did mention this briefly. I was actually referring to the same tool. So Immersive Reader that was released for free. There is a tool that has like a deeper kind of educator insights inside of Teams, which is Reading Progress and Coach, right? So they're the same tool, but one has got deeper insights and the ability to assign assignments and other types of functions that are more classroom related. But yes, Reading Progress is absolutely amazing. Like you had mentioned in Immersive Reader, there are other tools that also folks may not be aware of that are in the same class, like Math Progress and Coach for computational thinking, or Reflect for social emotional learning, Search Progress, how to teach people how to search. So Speaker Progress. I will frequently turn that on and get comments about how I'm communicating in a meeting. And then there's the educator insights. So my sense there, Shawn, is that you're going to see those are already AI based. They were pre-LLM. And as we look to integrating various aspects of LLM and co-pilots, you're going to see those unique examples that are bridging the divide, right? What we don't want to do is we don't want to have a digital divide, which is where right where we were pre-pandemic, to escalate into an education divide. And these tools are designed to flatten that. So regardless of your language, regardless of your ability to accelerate at the same pace as every person, you will have tools that can communicate with you in your language at your pace, and be able to ensure that you're getting the skills not only at your level, but even potentially exceeding your level if you're able to go down that path. Yes, and you should absolutely drop a link in the chat. It's an excellent tool, and there are a variety in that class. Now we're going to be building similar tools, I would say, over time. My sense here is that the whole education world is going to have to adapt to being able to create content, use content on the fly in order to build skills. So that's these coaches, these virtual coaches, are probably where the virtual teacher's assistant ideas are going to start to germinate.
Yeah, excellent.
Great. Any other thoughts that you'd like to share with us, Michael, around the direction that Microsoft is headed internally or externally as it pertains to AI?
Absolutely. I would say we're embracing the change. Whether it's embracing the change or riding the wave, whatever way that you want to visualize what it means to embrace this new era of AI. And as we look towards education and thinking about it in more of a higher order way, we want to ensure that we're bringing our communities along with us. And so, is plagiarism detection a part of it? Absolutely. Is virtual teaching and coaching a part of it? Certainly. But as we hear from organizations where they're looking to go, we want to help them achieve more. And that's certainly where our vision is, and where I hope that we see all of our institutions go over time. So thank you for having me today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Michael. Shawn, any last questions for?
No, just looking forward, and again, we have here at ASU also have the advantage, we work very closely with our partners at Microsoft, and so really looking forward to work again, kind of demonstrating that model, right, of a higher education institution that has such a tremendous reach just in the community and also nationally and globally, working with partners like Microsoft to really sort of address those issues we've been talking about all day today, right? Like how do we empower humans through the use of this technology? And so I think I look forward to continuing that kind of work. So so thank you for sharing today.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael. You bet. I will start off with mine. Flicky is one of my faves, and that actually can create video posts. So anyone who runs their own social media knows that it's quite time consuming to come up with content to consistently put out. And Flicky is a great tool for creating those video posts. Synapse is also an interesting tool as well. It's if you think of it as kind of a creative partner, the tool enables humans and AI to brainstorm together creatively. So that's a cool one to play with as well. And then we mentioned earlier in the day, Pi. So Hey Pi is the website, and that's kind of like an AI buddy. If you just need to vent or to discuss a problem with somebody that you don't feel comfortable sharing with a real live human, that might be a good avenue to pursue. So Shawn, what are your favorite tools?
Well, I think we can skip over the first one, but I think just kind of talking about it in summary, though, away of a lot of in this conversation today, and also sort of revealing a little bit from like my stuff. Again, if you've heard me speaking or the papers and publications around AI and all these kind of things, I mean, ChatGPT, again, is a wonderful tool, but also an exploratory option, right? So also like, as we've heard today, right? Getting in it and playing with it. It's not so much, I listed it as probably the #1 favorite, not because of I rank what I get out of it with any better or worse than any of the others, but it is sort of the focal and center point, and it is constantly evolving. So constantly using it, whether we're making games like Ruben had us go through and do, or using it as a one draft coach or a peer edit process, or a writer's room or whatever, but really sort of constantly leveraging that, because it is, there's a lot of focus on that. And so we are also seeing a lot of the directions that a lot of those applications and underlying engines and stuff are moving, right? So what we haven't really talked about also is just kind of in general, right? If we move up a level from ChatGPT to just OpenAI, for example, while the publicly available ChatGPT is relatively new, OpenAI has had APIs available, and there has been a lot of people using those tools in as well. So there's lots of other offshoots of leveraging those large language models. So a buried sort of tip in here too, I do a lot of podcasting, I do a lot of audio content. Transcribing things is messy, painful, slow. I use, for example, it's a small application called Whisper that leverages OpenAI's APIs for text translation, which is really wonderful to use. Then from the image side of things, Firefly, while I'm desperately looking for it, I've been on the waiting list for a long time. So, Stephen, if you're hearing, maybe you can bump us all up in the queue. Yeah, bump us up in the queue, maybe. But for example, I've been using Midjourney a lot, which is a really interesting platform to use. The interface is different. You leverage the interface through that tool through Discord. So through more of a Slack style, if you're not familiar with Discord, but you use it through essentially communications, right? You literally are slacking in a way, or you through Discord, asking a bot that's in your Discord channel to pass these communications along and things like that. I will put in a plug though also, so kind of like a hidden tip here. I guess I'm giving 2 for 1 here on every one of these. Is also things like, and we've heard them before, I think Ruben mentioned it, a couple of others have mentioned things like stable diffusion. And if you're not familiar, Stable Diffusion is an open sourced text to image generator. The advantage of using those is that you can start to play with them in a much more localized fashion, in the sense that because they're open source, the models for those can be downloaded to device. So if you're running on, for example, a fairly modern laptop, or even an iPad or an iOS, or like one of the newer iPhones, you can run Stable Diffusion right on your device. So you're not reliant on putting this information out, because there is a privacy concern. We've touched on that today, right? So when you're using these online platforms like ChatGPT or Bard or any of them, if you think that the queries that you're typing in are not being stored, there's some harsh realities coming, right? But when you have those language models or those sort of image models on your device, you are not having that same interaction. So there's just some things to consider there. And then finally, I'll plug 11 Labs is a really interesting text to speech AI generative tool where you can generate really interesting and very human sounding audio passages. So also a really great, and the reason I'm plugging that is for people who are interested, for example, in if you might be, for example, a sole author and you're trying to get an audiobook, you may not have $5,000 to pay for someone to read your audiobook, but you can use these kind of tools to also provide an audiobook experience to reports or to blog posts or to other things that you might want to use to, again, providing in a multiple layers of accessible content that you're doing. And it's a really interesting platform. And again, all these tools, like we've heard all day long, this is, what did Punya say? These are infants, right? Mm-hmm. So that we will, we watch with bated breath as they develop and mature, and we'll see kind of what happens. But yeah, those are some of my favorites.
Absolutely. So we've put the link to Futurepedia, or actually the URL for Futurepedia up here. And Futurepedia is actually there's a QR code you can scan and go right to the page, but there are new tools being added every day, over 1,500 tools. They're broken down into 50 categories. There's 190,000 people on there noodling around with the platform. It is updated daily. You can submit an AI tool. If you're developing an AI tool, you can submit it to be listed on Futurepedia. And you can get updates for new tools being added through email by joining their email newsletter or through Discord. Shawn, do you have any other hot tips as far as where to find out about new tools?
Well, if it were a river, it is a absolute riptide in terms of just moving fast and white water. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of tools out there, of course. So I mean, I wouldn't plug any other specific sort of like aggregation to them. But also just as a general note, right? Like, as we see with a lot of technological disruption and innovation, there is a level of energy of people trying to capitalize on that as well. So also, just like we do with other types of platforms and media sources and things like that, is to do your homework before you start investigating, or sorry, not investigating, but investing money, data, privacy issues into any platform, right? Do the due diligence to understand who owns this platform, where does it come from, how are they handling your data, how are they handling your information, what happens to it. There's lots of unknowns, right? These tools are outpacing regulatory frameworks. We're using these image generations that are scraping copyrighted images all over the place. We don't know, as we talked briefly earlier, we don't know exactly how this will play out in the copyright space. We don't know. It hasn't happened yet.
And I think it'll continue to evolve.
Yeah,
we just have to stay on top of the new regulations and laws around everything being generated by AI and how we can legally use that.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're going to do a super quick crash course on prompt engineering, and there are lots of resources online for prompt engineering. There's actually some great YouTube videos about prompt engineering as well. And there's a book that I can send anyone who's interested, a link to 101 different ways to approach prompt engineering. So really, at a very basic level, you're asking, let's say, ChatGPT and GPT fuel tools to create something. Does it need to be a 5-minute social post? Does it need to be a 10-minute speech? Whatever it needs to be. You tell it what you want and then give it the topic, and you can also indicate what style you want it in. You can be silly and say you want it in the style of a pirate, or you can make it specific to a language to pick up the nuances of the language. So another way that students and everyone else is using AI tools is to rephrase. So maybe writing is not your forte, but you can come up with something and then ask an AI tool to polish it up for you. So that's a nice way to evolve your writing for different purposes. And then if another student use of this would be provide me with an outline of a book and give it a specific book title, and it'll summarize it for you. A great tool on AI, there's a few of them that will help you write a book. It will help you understand the flow and suggest when you might need a plot twist, and really help kind of a drag and drop system to put a book together for you. And then you can ask it just to help you brainstorm ideas. If you need to write an essay about something, not sure where to start, ask it for 10 ideas. And then when we go into a little slightly more advanced use, we can look at take my writing and make me sound smart. So ask for advanced English instead of just the way that you wrote it. You can ask it to act as a professional spelling and grammar corrector, and have another set of eyes, if you will, looking at your work to see where it could be improved. And then again, you can have something that's written and change the style of it into whatever you may need for that particular time. And another thing, to think about is asking it to create personas and help you develop empathy with those personas by looking at things from a different viewpoint. So you're not I mean, any of this is really speculating what a particular viewpoint would be, but not just from your own viewpoint. You can ask for counterpoints to an argument. How would you disarm this argument? Give me, 5 reasons why we should support this. Whatever it is that you prompt it to do, it will help you that. So you can also generate use cases, ask the chatbot to generate use cases from a chatbot prompt formula. And we could go on and on about this, but I think that there's a lot of room to play. So that would be my number 1 tip, is go play around with it, see what it can do, can't do, what surprises you, what disappoints you. It'll all continue to evolve. So just familiarizing yourself with what's out there already is really important. How we as educators can help learners thrive using AI. Just a couple of quick points here, and looking at providing additional support for students. And this is all, we've heard about this throughout the day. Personalizing learning, so we can create custom chatbots that are specific to a topic, have a specialty area. We can facilitate discussions. And, I was just speaking with someone earlier this week about asking a chatbot to be a panelist and looking at something from a different perspective with the chatbot sitting in, if you will, as a person. Assessing student work, that's another use for AI tools. Ask questions, practice writing, use it as a study aid. It can create quizzes, it can create flashcards, all kinds of things to help you study. Language learning. So this is another use where if English is not your native language, or you want to learn a new language, you can practice conversing with the chatbot. Research, another great use for this, and time management. So again, this will all be in the deck that we send out to you guys. We also need to be aware of the potential for bias. And we talked about this a little bit earlier in the day when we were talking about AI and humanities, but there's a data bias that we need to consider. There's an algorithm bias, and there's a use bias. And the important thing to know here is that the folks that create these AI tools, their implied bias is within the AI tool that they create. Shawn, any other things we need to talk about? We could talk about bias all day, but any other things you would like to point out?
Yeah, not specifically. I think you've done a really good job of kind of summarizing here and just kind of reiterating the things that we've been touching on all day, right? Is that how deeply these things are going, and to make those considerations and trying to understand even at a pseudo level, right? So we don't need to be coders here. We don't need to be engineers even, but to understand, again, what is actually happening? What are the affordances of these machines? What are their constraints? Where are these things pushing and pulling on these things, right? Going back to that conversation we had earlier, right? Questioning, I'm putting in what, I'm getting what, why, who said so? Where is the authority here? Who's setting the parameters? Where is this data coming from? And being critical about those, because we have competing reasons for why these machines are there. Some are purely for profit. Some are trying to do other components or whatever, but there's lots of different things out there. And it is very important, I think, to be a critical user of those tools.
And I'm so glad you brought up the why, because really teaching students the why and thinking about, as an educator, the why. Why is it important that they learn this? Why will I need to know this so that I can apply it to things later in life? Why is this the output that this AI tool gave me? Really critical thinking is so important, and we need to emphasize that in all that we do. So we want to continue the conversation. We had a lot of amazing guest speakers today, and I apologize for not giving you guys a break, but I will know that had some folks that were on some time constraints and wanted to get everyone around the table without cutting anyone off abruptly, because we had such amazing conversations with these folks. We want to continue the conversation that will happen in our participate.com platform that we are launching tomorrow. So you will all receive a link to that and be able to find the resources that we discussed in the event there in the ShapingEDU Global Cafe. Come by for 4 minutes or 4 hours and meet interesting people like you met here today. Learn from each other, be inspiring to each other, and share resources. You will all get a link for that tomorrow. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you. And thank you, Shawn, for co-hosting with me. And we'll leave you with a quote from Punya. At its core, education is always about the future and always about hope. So we can keep that in mind as we're going down the path of our own education journeys and guiding others along that path as well. Shawn, any final thoughts?
Yeah, just a massive thank you, Stephanie, to you and to all of the Shaping EDU community for inviting me here today. This was a ton of fun. And yeah, I'm really excited for the launch of the social space tomorrow to continue these conversations. So thank you. And hopefully everybody was able to walk away today with something that they will remember and take with you as you move forward. So thank you for everyone who has joined. Thank you to all the participants. This was an absolute blast. And so, yeah, thank you very much. I hope everyone has a wonderful day, and it's almost the end of the week. So
yes.
we're almost
We're
there.
almost there.
Yeah, hopefully everyone has a wonderful time. So thank you.
Yes, thank you all for spending time with us today. We appreciate all of your input and ideas and thoughts that you shared in the chat. And absolutely want to continue this conversation. We have quite a bit of programming coming up between now and the end of the year. So stay tuned. Follow us on LinkedIn as well. We post a lot of updates on LinkedIn. So look forward to meeting you all in person at some point. But till then, this will be posted on YouTube. I've had a lot of folks asking about that. Yes, we will post this on YouTube. That will be by the end of the day tomorrow. So you can share out with your friends things that you saw and heard and learned today. So thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks, Shawn.